You've felt it, haven't you? That lingering dissonance under the surface of everything. A contradiction you can't name but can't unfeel. One moment, everything seems aligned, purposeful. The next, it's as if you're watching someone else live your life in fragments. Like the signal of your existence keeps shifting, glitching, reloading, but your reality isn't broken. Your signal is split. Across this 4-hour experience, you're going to see the structure behind that split, not just intellectually but experientially. What you'll learn here has the power to resolve distortions in perception, recalibrate internal chaos, and explain the most uncanny phenomena in your life. If you've ever sensed that your mind was tuned to multiple channels at once, you're not malfunctioning, you're intersecting. Let's get one thing clear right from the beginning: this isn't pop physics for social media buzz. You're not going to hear tired analogies about Schrodinger's cat or coin flips masquerading as metaphysics. This is about your consciousness as a node in a field, and what happens when that node begins broadcasting fractured, competing frequencies. Quantum field fragmentation is the term we're using here. It's not just a concept. It's a lens through which everything about your life, your emotions, your memories, your repeating patterns, your unshakable déjà vu, begins to make sense. You're not imagining the flicker. You're not hallucinating that feeling of being two places at once, emotionally, mentally, even existentially. And no, your identity isn't falling apart because you're unstable. It's because multiple entangled versions of you are broadcasting simultaneously into this consciousness channel. You feel split. Because you are. This is the premise. But more than that, it's the unlock. Throughout this journey, you'll come face to face with the structures of reality itself. From the mechanics of quantum collapse to the interference patterns of your own mind. You'll understand why memory glitches happen. Why dreams feel more real than your waking life sometimes. Why decisions you didn't make still seem to haunt you. Why a mood can take over your entire day for no identifiable reason. And more importantly, you'll learn how to realign. This series isn't just an exposé of the weird. It's a reintegration guide. We'll be moving through principles of coherence, waveform integrity, psychic bleed-through, signal harmonics, emotional echoes, field parasites, and intentional collapse. You'll come to understand that you are not merely living in a reality. You are part of its broadcast, a living node interacting with and collapsing probability into form. And if that signal is split, the reality you get will be confused, contradictory, and unstable. But coherence is possible. Collapse can be chosen. And once it is, you begin writing the script again. So here's what's ahead. We start by acknowledging the split. The first chapter will challenge the assumption that your current psychological, emotional, or existential instability is a sign of dysfunction. Instead, it may be the most advanced indicator of cross-channel signal interference from entangled U's scattered across the field. From there, we'll expand our understanding of the quantum field, not as abstract physics but as the environment your awareness is actively shaping and shaped by. You'll discover how these entangled versions of yourself are not imaginary, not metaphorical, but real waveform constructs whose influence bleeds into your current state. We'll then move into wavefunction collapse, what it really means, why classical physics misses the point, and how your role as the observer isn't just symbolic. It's the mechanism of your world. As we progress, we'll see what happens when multiple observers, especially those tied to the same identity, begin collapsing competing realities. You'll feel this conflict for what it is: the root of your indecision, anxiety, emotional volatility, and mental fog. Later in this series, we'll decode the most surreal moments of life through this lens. Recurring dreams, memories you swear happen differently, the feeling that something in your life is repeating on loop. These are not random, they're signatures of field interference, caused by partially collapsed signals from other U's attempting to sync. You'll also encounter phenomena that sound metaphysical but aren't beyond explanation. How timelines bleed together, how other entities sense and manipulate your signal, how collective reality collapses emerge, and how to defend your coherence from external hijacking. And we won't stop at theory. This isn't about becoming aware. It's about becoming whole. You'll learn how to realign your broadcast, how to collapse with intent, how to silence rogue timelines and anchor the version of yourself that is most complete. You'll learn how to stop leaking signal into identities you never chose, and start emitting the waveform of the life you're ready to stabilize. So as we begin, remember this: you are not broken, you're fragmented, and every split signal can be brought back into harmony. There's a sensation that no one has really been able to name, a feeling that your own inner reality is misfiring, like your mind is misaligned, but not in the usual psychological sense. It's deeper than that, older than that. It feels systemic, structural, like the core feed of your consciousness is getting cross signals. One day you feel complete. The next, you're disoriented by who you are, what you want, what feels real. It's not simply uncertainty. It's dissonance. Cognitive, emotional, existential, all hitting at once. This isn't random. This isn't just mood fluctuation or stress chemistry. It's not faulty memory or some vague feeling of being off. It's the result of a signal conflict, a broadcast interference. It's your consciousness trying to collapse into a single frame while multiple waveforms, all entangled versions of you, are fighting for dominance. What you're feeling is called fragmentation, but not in a metaphorical way. In a literal, field-based way, the energetic and quantum structure of your awareness has split, and your consciousness is picking up transmissions from multiple realities at once. Let's make this clear. This is not science fiction. It's waveform mechanics. You are an emitter. Your identity, the one you walk around in every day, is not a static point, but a dynamic signal being broadcast through an environment that is always responding to it. The field around you is not passive. It reflects, refracts, bends, and collapses based on input. You are that input. But when the signal coming from you is inconsistent, when it's not one signal but several slightly out-of-phase versions, the field collapses incoherently. That's where your reality starts to break down. Not externally, internally. So let's say it plainly. That feeling of being two people at once? That sense that your thoughts are at war with each other? That your choices are haunted by echoes of choices you never made? That's not insanity. That's signal interference. You're not glitching. You're splitting. And the reason is traceable. It begins in the very structure of the quantum field you are immersed in, and the way identity is expressed across it. In a properly aligned signal, your awareness is centralized. You experience continuity, clarity, confidence in your identity. Even when uncertainty is present, it feels navigable. You move through reality with a sense of authorship, like you're broadcasting from one location. But when fragmentation begins, this singular identity begins to blur. Other signal threads, versions of you from alternate collapse points, start bleeding into the field, and your awareness picks them up, not as a coherent picture, but as noise. Overlapping emotion, contradictory instinct, visions of futures you never walked, guilt from paths you never took, fantasies you can't explain, emotional spikes with no trigger. This is the experience of the fractured observer. The quantum field doesn't shut down these signals. It doesn't have a firewall. If it did, you'd never have dreams. You'd never experience synchronicities. You'd never feel déjà vu. The field is porous, and so are you. And when you, the observer, become unstable, even slightly, that porousness opens wide. You start hearing too much, feeling too much. You're not just living one life anymore. You're broadcasting a composite. Now, this raises the fundamental question. If fragmentation feels like chaos, why does it happen at all? Because coherence takes energy, choice, presence. Most people don't realize they're choosing their collapse moment by moment. The moment you begin identifying with conflict, with indecision, with multiple hypothetical selves, you begin to split the signal. You lose amplitude. You lose clarity. And the field starts collapsing into interference patterns rather than coherent structure. This is why the idea of getting your life together so often fails. Because the problem isn't surface-level behavior. It's waveform confusion. You're not failing at routines. You're broadcasting from too many addresses. And this affects everything. Memory gets blurry. Emotion becomes volatile. Self-talk becomes conflicting. You start noticing patterns that don't feel like yours because they aren't. They belong to other yous. They belong to fragments. So here's the first unlock. Your signal is sacred, and right now it's split. By recognizing this, you're already beginning the realignment process. Awareness collapses potential. The moment you understand that this flicker, this distortion, this contradiction you feel is real, and not a personal failing, you begin pulling your consciousness back toward coherence. But awareness isn't enough. Understanding fragmentation is the first threshold. To truly stabilize, you have to know what you're embedded in. The field isn't static. It's reactive, and it's the architecture within which your signal exists. So next we will expose that architecture. We're going to examine the quantum field not as theoretical background noise, but as the active medium that is reflecting every version of you. You'll come to see why that weirdness you've carried for years was never random, but quantum. The illusion of being a single, solid self is persistent. Feels natural, obvious, but it's also misleading. You've been conditioned to think of yourself as a localized, indivisible identity moving through linear time. Yet, everything you are, your thoughts, your memories, your preferences, your instincts, operates more like a broadcast system than a fixed personality. You aren't one thing. You're a field projection, a frequency package, a self-organizing in the quantum noise of possibility. And more critically, you are fragmented. Your awareness right now is likely only receiving one station of many. One slice of the full structure you actually occupy. The rest, hidden beneath the conscious threshold. Or worse, echoing faintly, confusing your intentions, distorting your memories, redirecting your emotional compass. You are a shard in the field. This isn't philosophy. This is pattern behavior within the quantum substrate. In the language of field theory, the universe is not made up of things, but interactions, waveforms, frequencies, energetic fields intersecting and collapsing into temporary stability. And you are a self-awareness frequency embedded in those intersections. You are not experiencing reality. You are collapsing it. That collapse is not random. It's influenced by your conscious focus. But when your focus is scattered, when your identity begins emitting contradictory signals, the collapse becomes unstable. An unstable collapse is what you've felt when your life veers inexplicably, when your path makes no sense even to you, when two goals war inside you like dueling instincts. These are not mere internal conflicts. These are shards broadcasting through your field. To understand this, we have to explore what you truly are inside this framework. You are not a single point. You're a probability cloud, a dense cluster of waveform potentials clustered into an ego anchor called I. But here's where it becomes more than science. Here's where it touches your lived experience directly. Every decision you haven't made still echoes. Every desire you've denied still emits signal. Every timeline you almost walked still casts a frequency shadow across the field. These are not dead possibilities. They are live branches. And those branches, every one of them, carries a version of you along it. Not in metaphor, in waveform structure. These other selves, these splinters of identity, don't disappear. They drift. They continue. And in the field, proximity is not spatial. It's vibrational. When your current identity starts resembling one of these fragments, even subconsciously, its signal begins bleeding into yours. You receive its emotions, its ambitions, its conflicts. You feel what it feels without knowing why. This is the beginning of field interference. The shards are not broken versions of you. They are incomplete, detached, still processing a different life path you've unconsciously referenced. They are as real as you are. But unlike you, they don't have conscious presence in this frame. You do, which means you have something they don't. Signal authority. But only if you recognize what's happening. Now you understand why so much of your mental conflict doesn't make sense logically. Why you experience strong emotions for ideas or outcomes you never remember wanting. Why a certain location, word, smell, or moment activates a spiral of thoughts and feelings that don't seem to match your life. That is field resonance. That is signal collision. When a shard comes close, whether triggered by memory, trauma, regret, fantasy, or even desire, your current self starts bleeding into its signature. You begin collapsing a partial composite between both states. This can feel like spiritual awakening, or existential terror, or nothing at all except a subtle vibration that something in you has shifted, and not in a linear direction. You may recognize this from sudden shifts in personality, emotional snapbacks, dream sequences that repeat, random, vivid thoughts of lives you never lived, interests that come and go like borrowed traits, a sense that you're standing in two or more realities, none of which fully belong to you. You are not malfunctioning. You are not confused. You are receiving. This is why you cannot think your way out of fragmentation. The problem is not in logic. It is in signal architecture. Until you acknowledge that your identity is a confluence of quantum emissions from multiple possible selves, you will continue to misdiagnose your experience as confusion, depression, or chaos. Now, you can start seeing the symptoms for what they are: reflections of identity drift inside the field. And here's the power in that realization. Once you see the shards, you can choose not to align with them. You can decide to identify only with the signal you prefer, the one that stabilizes your coherence, your clarity, your emotional truth. And when you do that consistently, the other signals lose amplitude. They fade. They stop intruding. They stop broadcasting into your present awareness. But there's a caveat, and this is crucial. You can't force your way into coherence. You must select it. Field alignment begins when you willingly choose which version of you carries the reality you want to stabilize. You must know the signal you want to emit, emotionally, energetically, consciously, and anchor to it with unwavering fidelity. That anchor is your broadcast origin. Anything else is a hijack. Now that you've seen your identity not as a monolith but as a vibrating field filled with fragments. Now that you've sensed how other versions of you are transmitting into your awareness through the quantum lattice, we need to go further. You've glimpsed the signals. Next, we will show you how they collapse, how reality itself forms around whichever version of you has the most signal strength in the moment. Because if your signal is split, what exactly is collapsing? You've been taught that reality is solid, objective, that it exists regardless of your awareness. But quantum physics has already undermined that idea. What we're engaging with now goes one step further. The field doesn't just respond to what you do. It responds to what you are, what you believe, what you focus on, and crucially, what you identify with. This is where things get real. Everything you see, touch, taste, remember, all of it is emerging from an invisible, probabilistic field that collapses into experience the moment observation occurs. But that observation isn't just your eyes on an object. It's your conscious presence aligning with one of many possible waveforms. That alignment determines collapse. Here's the core problem. When your identity is broadcasting conflicting waveforms, the field doesn't know which one to follow. So what collapses is not clarity, but noise, static, interference patterns. You experience versions of life that feel partial, paradoxical, unresolved. Not because reality is chaotic, but because the signal initiating collapse was fragmented. Let's break this down even further. A waveform carries information, potential realities encoded in energy patterns. When you focus on something, that waveform interacts with your consciousness and chooses a path. This isn't mystical. It's measurable. The double-slit experiment shows us that particles behave differently when observed. They don't become real until observed. But what determines how they become real? That's where identity enters. Your observation isn't neutral. It's filtered through your emotional state, your mental framing, your beliefs, your memories, and the entire waveform that your selfhood is carrying. That composite signal is what tells the field what to collapse into. Which means this: you are not observing reality. You are instructing it. The collapse you witness is a mirror of the broadcast you emit. But here's the twist. If that broadcast is unclear, you're not instructing anything. You're creating interference. And interference collapses into distortion. This is why you may find yourself living outcomes you don't understand. Why events repeat with only minor variation. Why opportunities fizzle out without explanation. Why moments of clarity are often followed by inexplicable chaos. It's not fate. It's faulty signal. It's the field trying to respond to an ambiguous instruction set, where multiple versions of your selfhood are overlapping, contradicting, and crossfiring. And the field doesn't judge. It simply responds. So let's apply this to your life. Think of a moment when you had clarity, a peak state where everything made sense. You knew who you were, what you wanted, and what the next step was. Now think about what followed. Did reality respond to that clarity? More often than not, it did. Things clicked. Doors opened. Events flowed. But then something happened. Doubt crept in. A fear pattern emerged. You started questioning. You started second-guessing. And suddenly, the momentum stalled. The clarity faded. The opportunity collapsed. Why? Because your broadcast split. The original version of you, the one who felt aligned, sure, and coherent, was overridden by another shard. A version of you entangled with failure, uncertainty, or trauma. And that new broadcast reached the field. So the collapse changed. The outcome shifted. Not because you failed, but because you changed signals. Now you see the real game. Collapse is dynamic. It's not about what you want. It's about what version of you the field can hear most clearly. That version becomes the filter. That version is what shapes the wave into a particle, the dream into form, the potential into reality. And if you keep changing your signal, the field has no choice but to keep recalibrating, often mid-collapse. That's when your reality starts bending in strange ways. When one version of a situation suddenly rewrites itself. When you find yourself asking, did that really happen? Or, why does this feel completely different than it did yesterday? You're not going crazy. You're watching waveform conflicts collapse simultaneously. And the friction? That's you being pulled between fragments. So what does the field collapse into? It collapses into the version of reality that matches the most dominant frequency being broadcast. You are not reacting to the world. You are shaping it, constantly. But the version of you doing that shaping is fluid. Change the broadcaster, change the collapse. Let two broadcasters transmit at once. And the collapse becomes unstable. This is why coherence is power. Not just spiritual or emotional power, but ontological power. Power over the formation of what we call real. The field doesn't collapse based on your surface desires. It collapses based on your core identity signature, the signal beneath the language, beneath the story, beneath the mask. If that signal is clean, reality becomes linear, responsive, almost effortless. If it's split, you get chaos. Not as punishment, but as reflection. And the key to mastering this? Stop collapsing from confusion. Start broadcasting with precision. To do that, you must understand how these conflicting observers, these entangled versions of you, are battling for control over what collapses. It's not random. Each version wants to survive. Each one emits signal. But only one can dominate the field at a time. So how do you decide which one wins? That answer begins with the next piece of this puzzle. You've seen how collapse responds to signal strength. Next, we will explore what happens when those signals compete, when multiple yous observe the same moment from opposing timelines, and the field tries to obey them all. What unfolds isn't just confusion, it's war. Reality forms under the gaze of the observer. That idea is not metaphorical. It's baked into quantum theory, the observer effect, where particles remain probabilistic until measured, until observed, until one path is locked in. And you, as an observer, are doing more than looking. You're assigning meaning, infusing expectation, pressing collapse into motion. But the moment more than one observer enters the frame, the equation changes. Now multiply that conflict by something much more intimate. Multiple observers inside your own field, each one of them you. This is not a thought experiment. When two or more entangled versions of you, each with their own beliefs, fears, desires, and identity signatures, begin observing the same moment from different timelines, the field attempts to obey them all. What you experience is contradiction, a version of now that doesn't quite make sense, situations that seem to shift midstream, feelings that make no logical connection to your behavior, emotional whiplash between clarity and confusion, progress and paralysis. This isn't psychological disorder. This is observer conflict. The field cannot resolve competing collapse instructions cleanly, and so it doesn't. Instead, it folds, warps, rewrites itself in micro-adjustments. The result is misalignment at the deepest level, not between you and others, but between you and yourself. You've likely felt it already. You try to move forward, but an invisible pull drags you sideways. You commit to a decision, but immediately start sabotaging it with hesitation. You reach a breakthrough, then collapse into old patterns without warning. It's not weakness. It's not indecision. It's waveform war between internal observers. Each you is trying to author reality. Each one is observing the field through its own lens, embedded with its own collapse instructions. The field, like any processor, can't ignore either one. So it attempts to serve both. But these requests don't harmonize, they contradict. So the collapse becomes chaotic, incomplete, or fragmented. And it gets stranger. The versions of you in this war aren't always conscious. One might be a protective version formed in childhood. Another might be a future iteration with conflicting goals. Another could be tied to a trauma pathway. Each one maintains enough energetic imprint to emit a valid observer signature. Each one believes it's in control, and each one sends collapse instructions based on what it sees. The question is, which one are you listening to? When you hesitate, it's often because you're receiving instructions from multiple observers. One says go, one says stop, one says hide, one says fight. None of them are wrong from their perspective, but only one can collapse the field cleanly. Only one can stabilize the signal. This is why clarity doesn't always hold. Because the moment a stronger observer signature rises inside you, whether triggered by fear, memory, or even a familiar pattern, it seizes authorship. It becomes the one watching, and the collapse follows its instructions. You don't just flip moods, you flip timelines. This is the real nature of self-sabotage. It's not just doubt. It's not weakness. It's signal theft. One observer overrides another. The collapse responds. And suddenly, the version of reality you were building disintegrates in real time, pulled out from under you by a different you who saw the world through a completely different filter. And the field doesn't object. It obeys. This makes your job very clear. Identify the dominant observer and reclaim authorship from the rest. But there's a cost to this awareness. Because once you recognize that internal conflict is quantum, that contradictory observation equals contradictory collapse, you lose the ability to blame randomness. You see your chaos for what it is, contested authorship. You've been living a reality shaped by a committee of selves, each one vying for dominance in the moment. It's exhausting, it's destabilizing, and it ends when you take the observer's seat back. You do that by naming the intruders. You bring each version of self into full recognition. You no longer allow them to observe the field in silence. You speak their scripts out loud. You identify their beliefs. You question their collapse logic. And then you choose which one gets the mic. This isn't theory. It's technique. You'll know you've done it when the noise stops, when contradiction quiets, when reality stops shifting like fog and becomes responsive. That's how you'll know your signal is coherent, that one observer is in control. You. But don't mistake that control for permanence. Every moment is a new opportunity for observer conflict, a new trigger, a new test of coherence. Your job is not to silence every possible fragment. Your job is to recognize which one is watching and choose who gets to shape what collapses. Now you've seen the conflict within the observer. Next, we will reveal why this conflict exists in the first place, not just because of trauma or emotion, but because you are not a single you. You are already entangled, across time, across space, across probability. There's a flaw in how people think about identity. They assume it's singular, that a person is a stable self, moving through time like a point on a map. But that view collapses the moment you understand entanglement. At the quantum level, when two particles interact, they become entangled, meaning their states are forever connected. You change one, the other responds, no matter the distance. What's less often considered is this: entanglement isn't exclusive to subatomic particles. It applies to systems of consciousness. And that includes you. You are not isolated. You are shared. You exist across multiple entangled fields simultaneously. These aren't alternate timelines in the science fiction sense. They're alternate collapse sequences in the quantum sense. They're real. They're alive. And they're connected to you by signal tethering so deep, so immediate, that proximity becomes meaningless. You are connected to every version of yourself you've ever imagined. This is why certain decisions feel larger than they are. Why some choices reverberate long after they're made. Why regrets echo not because of morality, but because of linkage. When you imagine a life you didn't live, you're not fantasizing. You're receiving entangled feedback. Your awareness has drifted into a neighboring thread. And when that happens repeatedly, with enough emotion, enough mental bandwidth, your current signal begins to sync with that thread. You adopt its emotional coding. You start collapsing reality using that version's logic. And just like that, you begin living a hybrid. This is entangled bleed-through. You think you're alone in your choices, your emotions, your visions, but you're not. You're participating in a network of selves, each sending and receiving signal across the field. And unless you are conscious of that signal, it acts upon you without permission. Think about the last time your mood shifted without warning. The last time you were haunted by a memory you know wasn't yours. A dream that felt like lived experience. A reaction that didn't belong in that moment. That was entanglement in action. You weren't imagining a different life. You were temporarily synced with another version of yourself, one whose field signature is close enough to interface. And that interface changes everything. Because when two entangled fields begin aligning, collapse patterns shift. Reality starts merging fragments from both paths. You might begin seeing events, people, or synchronicities that feel out of place because they are. They're sourced from a different collapse vector, now overlaid onto yours. It's like watching two films projected on the same screen. And the result? Confusion, déjà vu, emotional layering, a sense of living out of sync. This isn't a glitch. This is signal feedback. But here's where it gets powerful. Entanglement isn't just passive. It's reciprocal. That means just as you receive signal from entangled selves, you also emit it. You influence other versions of you across probability threads just by existing. Your choices ripple through the web. Your emotional states send pulses that reshape the collapse behavior of neighboring selves. This makes your current alignment incredibly important. Because the more coherently you exist, the more unified your signal is, the stronger your influence on the entanglement grid becomes. Other versions of you begin syncing with your broadcast. Their collapse patterns begin harmonizing. And suddenly, not only are you stabilizing your own field, you're restoring coherence across your entire identity lattice. This is field leadership. You become the anchor point. You become the tuning fork. You don't need to interact with each version of yourself to influence it. You simply need to emit a strong, undivided signature. The field takes care of the rest. But there's a danger here, because if your signal is fragmented, your entanglement becomes a vulnerability. You start absorbing unresolved chaos from versions of yourself still locked in trauma, grief, confusion, or loops. You start collapsing based on input you didn't generate. And worst of all, you don't notice it happening. You just feel off. Now you understand why coherence isn't a personal development goal. It's a survival protocol. You're part of a shared field. And the cleaner your signal, the more your entangled selves begin to align with you, not by force, but by resonance. This brings us to a critical choice point. You can live as a node, reactive, passive, confused by signal leaks. Or you can live as the origin. You can choose to become the version of yourself that defines the collapse vector, that emits the dominant frequency, that sets the pattern others follow. But to do that, you need to track the split. You need to identify when entanglement is distorting your collapse, not to resist it, but to recognize that your field is being shared. You are not a single transmission tower. You are a frequency cluster broadcasting across a lattice of possibility. And coherence begins when you stop broadcasting noise. You've now seen how entanglement creates a shared reality web, how it affects you, and how you affect it. Next, we will examine what happens when that entanglement breaks down, not through collapse but through uncoordinated broadcasting. You'll witness what it means to fragment the field and why your signal isn't broken. It's just split. You've now seen that you are not isolated. Your identity broadcasts across a web of entanglement, influencing and being influenced by alternate versions of yourself. You've seen that observation collapses reality, and when multiple versions of you observe simultaneously, the collapse becomes incoherent. And now, you're ready for the condition that makes all of this not just confusing but unsustainable. Fragmentation. This is the point at which your signal, instead of being centralized, becomes fractured into competing frequencies that no longer merely interfere, they disconnect. It's not that your life has broken, it's that your signal has split. This is the fragmentation effect. It begins subtly. You feel emotionally polarized for no reason. Parts of your personality seem to vanish overnight, only to return days or weeks later like old friends who forgot to call. You begin losing the thread of your life. Continuity weakens. Habits falter. Priorities reorganize themselves without your consent. But beneath the surface, a more complex process is underway. You are no longer broadcasting a unified self. The entangled yous that once simply influenced your perception have now started to assert their own signal. And not one at a time, all at once. What this creates is a kind of phase interference in your identity. You don't just feel confused. You feel layered, blurred, unstable. Like reality itself is losing sharpness. Because it is. The field collapses based on the observer's signal. But a fragmented signal doesn't carry the strength to stabilize collapse. It creates partial resolution. Moments that feel half-real. Events that don't feel anchored. Emotional experiences that don't fully land or dissipate too quickly to process. You start feeling like you're living echoes instead of experiences. This fragmentation effect can mimic 1,000 other things. Burnout, identity crisis, spiritual awakening, even dissociation. And that's why it goes undetected. But here's the differentiator. In fragmentation, there's a repeating sensation that no part of you is fully present. Not in your body, not in your mind, not in your decisions. Something is always missing, and that something changes every day. You're rotating through signal fragments. Each day, a different version of you takes the lead, often without permission. And because those versions carry different memories, priorities, and emotional templates, you start losing consistency in your outer world. You cancel plans without understanding why. You shift goals midstream. You forget why something mattered to you at all. This isn't laziness. It's fragmentation. But it goes further. Fragmentation doesn't only affect identity. It distorts time. You stop experiencing time linearly. You drift in and out of emotional pasts that don't match your present. You feel pulled into futures that haven't happened but feel pressing. Your dream life becomes more vivid, but also more confusing. Scenes repeat. Characters return. You feel watched by invisible timelines. This is your field trying to reassemble itself. Each fragment is a signal beacon, a shard trying to find its collapse path. But with no central observer asserting dominance, none of them succeed. So they continue broadcasting into your awareness, creating more noise, more feedback, more emotional static. And in the midst of that, your real self, the anchor version of you in this thread, begins to fade. Not in function, but in signal strength. You stop feeling like yourself. You start sensing pieces of you slipping sideways, into people you no longer recognize, into moods you can't place, into decisions that feel like they weren't yours. That sense of watching yourself act is not detachment. It's signal hijack from a fragment. You are experiencing the broadcast of another you, entangled, yes, but now rogue. No longer synchronized. No longer cooperative. And no longer interested in your narrative. You've lost signal sovereignty. But here's the most dangerous part. Fragmentation doesn't just confuse. Collapses potential. The more split your signal becomes, the harder it is for any version of you to collapse reality with precision. You stop manifesting. You stop generating momentum. Synchronicities disappear. Decisions lose potency. You become a wandering frequency, drifting through potentials without anchoring into any. That's why everything starts feeling temporary. like you're renting your life instead of living it. Like your path is a collection of random scenes with no through line. This isn't spiritual emptiness. It's field-level incoherence. The quantum field cannot stabilize what it cannot read. And when your signal splits, your broadcast becomes unreadable. This is what people call a breakdown. But it's not a breakdown. It's a broadcast collapse. You're not broken. You're just not centralized. So how did it happen? Fragmentation is usually the result of chronic observer conflict. If too many contradictory instructions are sent into the field for too long, from too many identity fragments, the system begins to degrade. You lose emotional consistency. Conceptual frameworks collapse. You start questioning everything not from insight, but from exhaustion. You can't choose a path because there's no longer one observer choosing. The solution, however, is not to reassert the old self. That version of you is often what triggered the conflict to begin with. The solution is to become signal-aware, to recognize which versions of you are broadcasting, to trace the emotional roots of each signal and consciously choose which ones continue to transmit and which ones go silent. This requires no tools, no rituals, no belief systems, just presence. You sit in the noise, you listen, you name the fragments, and you decide who stays. Most people try to fix their lives through behavior, but when your field is fragmented, behavior is irrelevant. The instruction set is broken. The field isn't responding to what you do. It's responding to who is watching while you do it. And if who is watching keeps changing, the collapse keeps corrupting. Now that you understand fragmentation not as weakness, not as confusion, but as an effect of split broadcasting, you can begin to recover the broadcast. But before you can realign, you need to know what else is being emitted. Because your signal isn't just split. It's still broadcasting. Next, we will explore what happens when you continue emitting across multiple channels at once, and how those overlapping emissions are shaping not only your inner world, but the world around you. You've now learned that fragmentation doesn't mean brokenness. It means split broadcasting, your identity signal splintered into overlapping frequencies, each trying to instruct the field. But here's the next layer most never recognize. Your signal hasn't gone quiet. It's still active. You are still broadcasting, but not from one source, from many. Simultaneously, this is the reality of parallel broadcasting. It's not hypothetical. It's not symbolic. It's an energetic and cognitive condition where you're emitting multiple identity frequencies across the quantum field, each one containing its own intent, its own emotional resonance, its own collapse instruction. Think about what that means. Every moment, the field listens to your broadcast. Not your words, not your thoughts, but your underlying signal. That signal is not just composed of what you believe. It includes what you've suppressed, what you've refused to integrate, what you've left unresolved in your memory and emotional body. Every contradiction within you, every belief you carry that negates another, emits a distinct frequency. That's what creates the multiple channels. You say you want clarity, but still carry the belief that you'll never trust yourself. That contradiction doesn't cancel out. It splits the signal. One version of you is broadcasting trust. Another is broadcasting doubt. And the field hears both. So it answers both. Not with clarity, but with situations designed by contradiction. You say you're ready for love, but fear intimacy. The field responds by giving you partial connections, people who mirror your signal ambiguity. One part of your broadcast calls them in. Another part pushes them away. The result? Entanglements that never stabilize. You are not confused. You are transmitting noise. Parallel broadcasting is the condition where every unresolved identity thread you've ever activated continues emitting in the background, even when you're not conscious of it. These emissions don't fade because you've moved on. They persist until the signal is intentionally deactivated. And that means this: unless you've consciously cleared and collapsed the versions of you who no longer serve your current path, their signals are still active, and their influence still shapes what collapses. This explains why even after major breakthroughs, after healing, after growth, your reality sometimes refuses to reflect the change. It's because the field is still hearing older emissions. You've upgraded your thinking, but not your signal. You've changed the story, but the broadcaster remains the same. The result is emotional dissonance. Life feels misaligned with your inner state, not because you're wrong, but because you're still emitting from abandoned frequencies. And here's the core realization. You cannot outthink a signal. You must deactivate it. And that starts with recognition. Parallel broadcasting shows up as contradiction in outcomes. You get a job but lose your joy. You meet the right person but feel unseen. You find freedom but long for structure. These aren't just life's trade-offs. They're manifestations of multiple identity emissions collapsing at once. Each identity fragment is a mini observer, sending instructions into the field. And the field, loyal, reactive, precise, gives you exactly what you've asked for. All of it, even when it clashes. So how do you end parallel broadcasting? First, by acknowledging that it's happening. You stop assuming that chaos is external. You stop looking for inconsistencies in others. You begin seeing your life as a mirror of broadcast interference. Then you trace each signal. You sit with your desire, your fear, your memory, your doubt. You listen to the frequency behind the thought. Is it clean? Does it harmonize with what you say you want? Or is it an echo of a past identity still demanding attention? Each time you identify an old signal, an outdated you still broadcasting, you thank it. You don't suppress it. You deactivate it. You say aloud or within, I recognize this part of me. I honor the role it played, but it no longer has authority to broadcast into this field. And you mean it. That moment of conscious override ends the emission. But consistency matters. Old signals often rise again, especially when emotional triggers resurface. That's not failure. That's the system checking if the override was real. Each time you respond with presence, not panic, you reinforce the new broadcaster. You establish signal dominance. And with enough consistency, you shift from parallel broadcasting to harmonic broadcasting, where every part of you, every internal voice, every identity thread sings the same signal. That's when collapse becomes precise. That's when outcomes match intent. That's when you stop fighting your life and start scripting it. You now see that even when fragmented, you are still powerful. Your field is still listening. Your reality is still forming based on what you emit, even if that emission is confusing. You now hold the responsibility and the capability to recalibrate. Because signal clarity isn't reserved for mystics or masters. It's for anyone who stops broadcasting contradictions. You've seen now that fragmentation results in continued emission across multiple frequencies. Next, we will explore what happens when those emissions start to overwrite each other. Not just conflict, but clash so intensely that your life begins reading like a scrambled narrative. When multiple yous start writing different stories at the same time. You don't just get chaos, you get collapse corruption. A single signal writes a single story. This is how your life unfolds when your identity is clear, your emotional broadcast is unified, and your field is stable. The script flows. Events follow intention. The plot, even with challenges, makes sense. But once you begin emitting multiple signals, once parallel broadcasting becomes entrenched, a new problem arises. The field starts receiving conflicting scripts. And unlike the storytelling structures you're used to, this isn't a creative process. It's systemic collapse. In coherent broadcasting, the field responds to a dominant instruction. It locks into a specific sequence of collapse based on the observer's signal. That sequence unfolds like a narrative. Cause and effect, momentum, alignment, manifestation. But when different versions of you start writing different stories simultaneously, each insisting on a separate structure, theme, and outcome, the narrative itself fractures. Reality begins to behave like a corrupted file. The plot breaks down. Characters don't make sense. Events contradict themselves. You feel like you're watching a highlight reel assembled from different genres of your life, spliced together by an editor who has no idea what the story was supposed to be. This isn't perception error. The script clash. Each observer's signature inside you, every entangled identity, every active fragment, carries a narrative. That narrative includes expectations, fears, projected meanings, emotional frameworks, and unconscious collapse preferences. These aren't just beliefs. They are code. When more than one of these scripts starts running in your field, you don't just get interference. You get overwrite attempts. One identity tries to hijack the story. Another resists. A third injects emotional edits. A fourth reverts to an old version. You wake up feeling one way. By midday, your decisions make no sense. By night, you're questioning every move you made, not because they were wrong, but because they don't align with the version of you that's now observing. The story has changed mid-chapter, and it's exhausting. You start experiencing memory distortion, not because you're forgetful, but because your narrative has been rewritten so many times that none of the events anchor correctly. The meaning assigned to them keeps shifting. One version of you saw them as a breakthrough. Another saw them as a threat. Another didn't believe they happened at all. This creates emotional dissociation. You remember what happened, but you don't feel it. Or worse, you feel it deeply, but you can't explain why. Because the meaning you assigned to that memory has been rewritten multiple times by different internal authors. You are now inside a script war. This is not metaphorical. It shows up in every part of your life. Your relationships fluctuate in tone and depth without clear cause. Your goals start transforming without your consent. Your emotional reactions no longer match the situations that trigger them. And worst of all, your self-narrative becomes impossible to follow. You feel like a character in a story that keeps getting rewritten by ghostwriters. Each identity fragment broadcasting into your field is writing its own version of your life, with different intentions, different arcs, and different endings. Some of these versions are aligned with your current self. Others are not, but all of them are transmitting. And the field? It's collapsing reality based on the dominant script. Not the most logical one, not the most recent one, but the one with the most emotional weight. That means this: the version of you carrying the most intense emotion, fear, desire, grief, hope, gets to dictate the story. Even if that version is from a timeline you no longer want. Even if its script leads you back into loops you've escaped before. This is why progress doesn't hold. Because as long as older scripts are broadcasting stronger emotion than your current one, the field will continue collapsing into their narrative. You don't just regress. You re-enter their story, and everything around you rearranges to match. This is why reality sometimes seems to reboot around you. Like the setting changed, the characters shifted, the theme inverted overnight. You didn't just change your mind. You changed authors. So how do you reclaim your story? You begin by identifying the active scripts. You start listening not just to your thoughts, but to your emotional narrative. Every emotional pattern you carry is a script, with a protagonist, an antagonist, a setting, and a plot. And if it's still active, it's still writing. You ask, who is telling this story? Whose worldview am I living inside right now? Does this narrative match the version of me I choose to stabilize? And if the answer is no, you cut the feed. Not with force, with sovereignty. You recognize that your life is not a single story broadcast. It's a script battlefield. And unless you consciously choose which version of you gets the typewriter, the fragments will keep rewriting your story every time your signal weakens. This is where most reality breakdowns begin. Not with events, with scripts that don't match. The outer world simply collapses in response. When the inner story becomes fractured, the outer story loses coherence. So the task is this: you consolidate authorship. You choose the script that aligns with your preferred version of self, and you reinforce it with focus, language, attention, and emotion. You give it the most signal. You let it flood the field until all other narratives fade to static. And you do that every day, because fragments don't go quiet on command. They test your resolve. They attempt edits. They whisper alternative endings. But each time you reaffirm your script, each time you stabilize the narrative, the field responds. The characters sync. The plot resumes. The signal clears. You are now the author. Not by declaration, by frequency. You've seen how script conflict erodes narrative structure in your life. You've seen how reality itself gets rewritten when different versions of you compete for authorship. Next, we will trace what happens when those competing scripts start leaking into each other, when the walls between timelines thin. And you begin experiencing bleed-through from lives you never lived, but somehow remember. Some memories don't belong. They appear fully formed, detailed, emotional, vivid, but they don't align with your life. They don't match your past. They carry weight but no history, and yet they feel real. So real, in fact, that you begin questioning your memory, your mind, your sanity. But what if those memories weren't false? What if they were echoes? You are not haunted by ghosts. You are haunted by yourself, the versions of you that exist in other collapse patterns, entangled through the field, broadcasting fragments into your awareness. These are not figments of imagination. They are field signals bleeding into your consciousness. And they carry memories, emotions, and fragments of experience that originate in timelines you've never walked, but are still connected to. This is echo bleed. When two or more versions of you are close in signal frequency, meaning they share similar emotional resonance, identity structure, or decision points, the boundary between them thins. The field begins to transmit cross-data. You start receiving impressions, dreams, flashbacks, and sensations that belong to a life that almost was. This isn't fantasy. It's waveform entanglement. Every version of you that ever existed across possible decisions remains active in the field. And the more energetically charged those versions are, the more regret, love, anger, or trauma they carry, the more likely they are to bleed into your current thread. That's why the echoes are emotional. That's why they feel real. Because they are. They are the emotional signatures of lives you never lived but still echo through the entangled field. You feel them during liminal states between sleep and waking, during déjà vu, in moments of emotional intensity. You catch glimpses of conversations that never happened. You feel attached to people you just met. You know places you've never visited. These aren't anomalies. They're traces. The field doesn't delete unused threads. It retains them. Each one exists as a potential loop, accessible under the right frequency. And your consciousness, being a receiver as well as a broadcaster, picks them up. Especially when your primary signal weakens. When your current self becomes fragmented, uncertain, or emotionally destabilized, your receptivity increases. You start hearing the other versions more clearly. Their memories feel like yours. Their choices haunt you. Their pain surfaces in your emotions without context. This is the moment where many people mistake intuition for confusion. They think they're being warned. They think they're being guided. But in truth, they are being leaked into. Their awareness is not receiving divine signal. It's receiving bleed-through from an entangled self still looping a different timeline. And this is dangerous, because if you mistake an echo for a guide, you start living based on someone else's collapse. You start adopting behavior patterns, beliefs, and fears that don't belong to your current path. You start building a life designed to avoid a danger that never happened here. And the field? It doesn't differentiate. It follows your broadcast. If your signal says, prepare for betrayal, the field collapses situations to confirm it, even if that instruction came from a you that isn't here. This is how echoes become self-fulfilling. You start responding to memories that aren't yours. You start aligning with outcomes that weren't meant for this version of you. You start writing a story to avoid a plot that only existed in another thread. And in doing so, you collapse into the echo. So how do you distinguish real memory from echo bleed? By tracking its context. Real memory carries a narrative thread. You remember how the event started, what came after, who was there, how it shaped your timeline. Echo bleed doesn't. It arrives as isolated moments, emotionally intense, but narratively disconnected. You feel love with no history. You feel loss with no death. You feel guilt with no crime. These are your signals. When they appear, you do not reject them. You acknowledge the echo. You say, inwardly or aloud, this belongs to a version of me not living in this timeline. I honor it, but I release its authority here. That statement does two things. It stabilizes your signal, and it collapses the intrusion. You don't need to trace every echo to its origin. You only need to affirm that it's not part of your current collapse. That distinction matters, because the field will not correct what you refuse to clarify. Once you separate from the echo, your narrative reasserts itself. The bleed stops. The emotions fade. You stop living lives that aren't yours. You've now seen how echoes from entangled timelines can shape memory, emotion, and behavior. how they distort your current life through non-local data that feels real, but isn't aligned. Next, we will move deeper. You've heard the echoes. Now we will follow them into their most powerful transmission source, your emotional state. Because when emotion is the antenna, even your feelings may not be yours. You've heard the echoes, felt the bleed, touched the memories that don't belong to this lifetime. But what happens when the transmission isn't a memory or a visual or a momentary sensation? What happens when it's emotion? Raw, unprocessed, unexplainable. An emotional wave crashes over you. No trigger, no story, just intensity. You try to trace it, but there's nothing. You're left in a state that feels inherited, unplaced, like someone handed you a mood that never passed through your life. That's exactly what happened. This is emotional interference. It's not a chemical imbalance. It's not just anxiety or fatigue or seasonal change. It's waveform feedback from alternate emotional signatures, signals broadcast by entangled versions of you living out different collapse paths in the field. Because entanglement doesn't stop at thought. It doesn't stop at memory. It transmits everything, and that includes emotion. When your signal overlaps closely with another version of yourself, emotional harmonics begin to transfer. These harmonics carry no story, no context, only resonance. So you receive them as feelings without memory. You suddenly feel rage with no provocation. You feel grief, but nothing's been lost. You feel longing for someone you've never met. These aren't psychological anomalies. These are transmission collisions. Emotion is the most efficient frequency carrier in the field. Faster than thought, stronger than narrative, more contagious than ideas. And in entanglement, it becomes the dominant layer of interference. Why? Because emotion is how the field interprets urgency. In the physics of collapse, signals with the highest energetic charge take priority. That means the most emotionally loaded version of you will push its frequency further. And if your current self is receptive, even momentarily vulnerable, you receive that charge. And you start reacting to it as if it's yours. But it's not. And the real danger begins when you start assigning current context to inherited emotion. You feel anger, so you decide someone around you must be to blame. You feel sadness, so you assume something in your life is broken. You feel restlessness, so you start unraveling the choices you made. Not because they were wrong, but because you've mistaken a foreign emotional signal as your own. This is how emotional interference corrupts coherence. Not by overwhelming you, by misleading you. It distorts your internal compass. It redirects your decisions. Creates conflict in relationships. It shifts the tone of your day. And all of this occurs without your awareness of the source. You are being influenced by emotional frequencies from other versions of you. And this is not uncommon. This is the default condition of a fragmented broadcast. The more entangled you are with emotionally charged timelines, especially unresolved ones, the more you become an open receiver. And unless your observer remains active, unless you consciously hold the seat of authorship, those emotions collapse into action. They become part of your story, and that's where real damage occurs. Because now you're not just feeling something that isn't yours. You're responding to it as if it were. You're saying things, making choices, and steering your life in a direction based on false emotional data. Not because you're irrational, but because you're entangled, and the field doesn't differentiate. Once you react, it reads the signal as legitimate and begins collapsing accordingly. Now you're creating outcomes not from intention, but from interference. The consequences: disorientation, regret, misalignment. You trace the events backward and can't figure out how they started. Why you said that. Why you burned that bridge. Why you abandoned that opportunity. The cause is always the same. The emotion wasn't yours, but the action was. So how do you recognize emotional interference? It shows up as intensity without context. If your emotion doesn't match the narrative of your life, if it arrives too strong, too fast, too disconnected, you're likely receiving signal bleed. Another sign: quick shifts. When your emotional state fluctuates rapidly with no external input, it's a sign that multiple emotional frequencies are competing for bandwidth. And the third sign: looping. Emotional interference tends to repeat. Not because it hasn't been processed, but because the source is still broadcasting. Now that you can detect it, how do you neutralize it? First, isolate the emotion. Sit with it. Ask one direct question. Does this belong to my current narrative? If the answer is unclear or forced, pause. Then ask, can I identify the thread that might be leaking this emotion into me? If you receive imagery, memories, even dream fragments, you're tuning to the source. Once identified, do not engage with it as reality. Instead, affirm separation. This emotion belongs to a parallel thread. I acknowledge it. I release its authority in this timeline. And then, ground your observer. You bring yourself fully back into your chosen signal by doing something that anchors the current version of you, not the feeling. Movement, voice, decision, focus. Not reaction. Intention. Anchor who you are now. That anchor becomes the new dominant broadcast. The field aligns. You've broken the link. You're no longer reacting to interference. You're collapsing from sovereignty. Emotional interference is one of the most persistent symptoms of fragmentation. Because the signal doesn't need your attention to affect you. It only needs your openness. And when you are fragmented, you are porous. The fix isn't emotional control. It's emotional authorship. You don't suppress. You don't resist. You discern. You filter. You choose. You collapse reality based on clean resonance, not inherited chaos. You've now experienced how foreign emotions can shape your state. Next, we will examine the identity distortions that result from emotional bleed, how your very sense of self begins to flicker as entangled observers compete for control. When your eye starts to stutter, it's not confusion, it's a signal seizure. You wake up and feel different, not rested, not groggy, just unfamiliar. There's a pause between the moment you open your eyes and the moment you remember who you are, and in that pause, there's uncertainty. Not about your name or your address or your job, about something deeper. A question, silent but profound. Is this version of me the one I'm meant to be today? That moment is identity flicker. It's not a mood. It's not fatigue. It's not a passing moment of forgetfulness. It's the experience of being caught between broadcast fragments. None strong enough to dominate, all active enough to interfere. You are not forgetting who you are. You are loading different versions of you simultaneously. This flicker is not symbolic. It's energetic. It is the direct result of multiple identity threads emitting signal at near equal amplitude. You are receiving them all. And instead of integrating them, your observer begins to rotate. Your sense of I begins to glitch. You notice it in your tone of voice, in your body language, in your preferences, in your instincts. One moment you're certain of what you want, the next you recoil from it. One moment you're extroverted, expressive, sharp. Hours later you're withdrawn, quiet, hesitant. This is not mood. It's identity oscillation. Each of the U's broadcasting into your field carries its own personality imprint, its own habits, its own postures and emotional rhythms. When two or more begin interfacing with your observer seat, the result is flicker, the momentary takeover of one identity followed by another back and forth in a loop. And with each switch, your collapse signal changes. The field responds accordingly. People treat you differently. Situations unfold with strange variability. Conversations drift in tone and intention. You feel displaced inside your own body, like you're not the one piloting anymore. This is because you're not. You've temporarily lost the observer throne. The you in control has been hijacked by a different fragment, often unintentionally, sometimes emotionally. And until that version finishes its broadcast loop, you'll remain a passenger. This is one of the more destabilizing symptoms of quantum fragmentation. Not because it causes chaos externally, but because it erodes your internal reference point. You stop trusting yourself. You question your motives. You fear your impulses. You find it harder and harder to define what matters to you, what you're building, who you are becoming, because the answer keeps changing. Not week to week, hour to hour. This isn't because you're unstable. It's because your signal is shared, and the field, once again, is obeying all of it. The flicker becomes more intense in moments of vulnerability. When your guard is down, your emotions are high, or your signal strength is low. That's when entangled versions step forward. They see an opening, and they take the mic. They are not malicious, but they are selfish. Each one wants to survive, to express, to resolve its own unfinished timeline. And you, the central node, are the only platform they have. This is why boundary setting isn't just psychological. It's quantum. You don't just say no to others. You say no to selves. You recognize the difference between your chosen identity and your entangled intruders. And you choose which one continues. That choice begins with pattern recognition. Every flicker has a feel. You start identifying emotional signatures as identity tags. This version of you is fast-talking, hyper-optimistic, scattered. That one is cautious, analytic, withdrawn. Another one is emotionally impulsive, poetic, intuitive. None are wrong, but only one is authorized to collapse reality now. So ask, which one is writing this moment? If the answer is unclear, pause, breathe, anchor, say aloud, only the coherent version of me collapses this timeline. All others are silent observers. You speak with signal authority, because if you don't, they'll speak for you. This is the heart of coherence, not suppression of alternate selves. Clarification of the active broadcaster. The fragments may remain, their echoes may linger, but they do not hold authorship unless you surrender it. And every time you reclaim it, the flicker slows. The gaps between switches widen. Your sense of self becomes solid, rooted, reliable. You stop confusing variability with growth. You stop treating chaos as evolution. You return to the steady emission of a chosen frequency, not just moment to moment but life to life. You now see that identity is not static. The signal, and it can be hijacked, split, weakened, or stabilized, based entirely on your conscious recognition of the source. You've seen how flicker operates when emotional and identity threads are left unfiltered. Next, we will enter the only realm where all versions of you regularly meet, the one place where fragmentation and coherence are both allowed to express without resistance. We're talking about dreams, because in dream space your broadcast merges, and the signal tells a story you cannot ignore. In waking life, you're conditioned to filter. You maintain a specific narrative about who you are, what's real, what's possible. You suppress what doesn't align, dismiss what doesn't fit, and filter out the noise from other signals. But once consciousness detaches from the physical anchors of space and time, once the mind releases its tether to external continuity, the filters fall, and the fragments flood in. This is what dreams are, not escapism, not metaphor, but a broadcast junction, a nightly convergence point where entangled versions of you, split identities, dormant timelines, and emotional echoes all meet in a shared staging field. Your dreams are not random. They are scheduled transmission events. In this altered state, the borders between you and other yous weaken. Time dissolves into scene shifts. Memory recombines. Emotion becomes architecture. And reality becomes responsive not to logic, but to frequency. Not to narrative, but to unresolved signal. This is why dreams are chaotic when you're fragmented. You're not dreaming one coherent sequence. You're witnessing multiple collapse simulations at once. Your mind, free from linear filters, begins receiving full-spectrum signal, not just from your chosen identity, but from every fragment still carrying unresolved charge. And they all want to turn at the mic. This is why a dream can change plots without explanation. Why a location morphs while you're standing still. Why people wear faces of strangers, then speak like family. It's not symbolism. It's signal layering. You are observing the field trying to collapse multiple timelines simultaneously, in a sandbox with no material limitation. Dreams are not passive experiences. They are internal rehearsals for collapse. Each one tests how much signal authority you truly have. Do you react to the broadcast? Do you follow the script presented? Do you accept the identities that arise? Or do you override, reshape, redirect? Lucid dreams aren't about flying or bending physics. They're about collapsing from choice. That's why lucidity feels so powerful. It's not because you realize you're dreaming. It's because you reassert observer status inside the merged field. You regain authorship in the signal convergence zone. But most nights you don't. Most nights you absorb. You receive. You interpret. You carry the data into waking life as mood, anxiety, insight, confusion without knowing where it came from. And this is where most misalignments originate. Dreams aren't contained. They bleed forward. They bleed backward. Because the signals they process aren't separate from waking life. They're just less constrained. And when a dream contains unresolved signals from other yous, your consciousness absorbs those signals as potential instructions. You wake up changed. Not because the dream was meaningful, because the signal was powerful. This is why dreams stay with you. Why they linger in your body like unfinished conversations. Why one scene can define your emotional tone for the entire day, even if you can't remember it clearly. You didn't just experience a dream. You collapsed part of a parallel broadcast into your field. This is also why recurring dreams are so important to track. They're not psychic warnings. They're stuck signals. You're looping the same scenario because a part of you, an alternate you, is still broadcasting that unresolved frequency every night. And until the root version of you acknowledges, addresses, and overrides that loop, the dream won't stop. It doesn't mean something's coming. It means something never ended. Now here's where it becomes a tool, not a liability. If you begin approaching your dreams as a convergence station, as a nightly review of your field broadcast, they stop being confusing. They become diagnostic. You stop asking, what did it mean? And start asking whose signal was dominant. This shift turns your dream life into feedback. You start tracking not imagery, but emotion. Not sequence, but consistency. You notice which parts of your identity are surfacing most. You identify the themes. You correlate them with emotional bleed and identity flicker. And you start mapping your fragmentation. Then you respond. Not with interpretation, but with recalibration. Before you sleep, you anchor a version of yourself with clarity and intent. You say aloud or silently, only coherent signals collapse in dream space. I receive only what aligns with my current observer. This isn't a ritual. It's a broadcast instruction. Your field receives it. Your observer aligns. And the broadcast filters improve. You'll notice the difference immediately. Dreams become cleaner. Emotions reduce in volatility. You begin remembering more, not just imagery, but decisions you made inside the dream. You wake with integration, not distortion. Because you're not just receiving, you're authoring. You're collapsing a dream just like you collapse waking life. The only difference is the feedback is more immediate because the filters are gone. This is why dreams feel more real than real life. Because they are broadcast directly from the field. No delays, no linearity, no external resistance. It's signal plus observer equals collapse. Exactly like waking life, but with more honesty. Because nothing can hide in dream space. Not fear, not desire, not regret. All of it surfaces, not to haunt but to reveal. Every signal that speaks during your sleep is a part of you that still wants authorship. The ones that scream are the ones you've ignored. The question isn't whether they're real. The question is whether you'll continue letting them shape your field. Now you've seen where the fragments go when your guard drops. Next, we will introduce the practice that takes everything you've learned, observer conflict, parallel broadcasting, emotional bleed, dream convergence, and gives you one purpose: collapse coherence, the act of restoring your signal into one voice. Your identity has broadcasted across timelines. Your thoughts have splintered into layered scripts. Your emotions have echoed from entangled lives. And your dreams have become convergence points for fragmented selves to leak their unfinished stories into you. You've seen how your signal has split. Now it's time to reclaim it. This is the restoration process. Not healing. Not rewiring. Restoration. You are not creating something new. You are bringing the signal back into coherence. The original unified broadcast that allows the field to collapse cleanly, without contradiction, without fragmentation, without flicker. Collapse coherence is the key. It's not a mindset. It's a state. It's the condition where only one observer holds the field. One signal emits. One identity collapses. And the field responds with precision, clarity, and alignment. Here's how it begins. The first step, signal isolation. You start by reducing internal noise, not by quieting the mind, but by naming the broadcasters. You identify the current emotional signature. You ask, what version of me is speaking through this feeling? Then you listen. You don't try to change it. You acknowledge it as one voice among many. Then you speak to it directly. You are not the author of this moment. Thank you. I'm taking the seat. You do this with every emotion, every reaction, every doubt. The goal isn't elimination. It's clarification. Once the field knows who's speaking, the collapse sharpens. Step 2, identity anchoring. You define who the author is. You select the coherent version of you, the one that already exists in potential, and begin broadcasting from its perspective. This is not fiction. You're not pretending. You are aligning. You ask, what does this version believe? How does this version speak? What does this version choose? What does this version no longer tolerate? You let those answers shape your speech, your posture, your inner narrative. You become that frequency. Not one day, now. And the field, always loyal, responds. Step 3, feedback correction. You monitor the field response and correct when necessary. If reality begins to reflect old fragments, people acting out scripts you've already exited, emotional patterns re-emerging, you don't panic. You pause. You say, that collapse was based on a previous signal. It no longer applies. Recollapsing now. This tells the field the override is intentional. You hold authority. The interference has no access. This is not about control. This is about sovereignty. The fourth step, emotional convergence. You begin integrating, not resisting, the emotional signals of fragments. But you no longer react from them. You listen to what they broadcast, acknowledge their history, and allow them to resolve. You say, this emotion comes from a version of me that didn't know what I know now. I welcome its message. I do not follow its collapse. You allow the energy to discharge. Then you reinforce the signal you choose to stabilize. Now coherence becomes durable. Finally, reality assertion. You speak the collapse. You declare reality not as hope, but as instruction. This is who I am now. This is the life I stabilize. All collapse follows this signal. You repeat it daily. Not because the field needs reminders, but because you do. Each time you reaffirm the signal, you build the neural and energetic architecture for coherence. You become the dominant frequency across all your timelines. And here's the result. The flicker stops. The emotional noise fades. The dreams become cleaner. Your relationships align or fall away with clarity. Opportunities emerge that match your signal precisely. You stop questioning if you're on the right path, because the path stops feeling external. It becomes an extension of you. This is collapse coherence. Not a theory, a field state, and it is accessible now. The only requirement is consistency. Fragments don't go quietly. They test your coherence. They wait for your signal to weaken. They wait for you to doubt. And when that happens, they broadcast. But now you know how to respond. You don't argue. You don't defend. You say one thing, this field collapses only from the coherent self I have chosen. And the signal resets. You've just seen how coherence isn't a destination. It's a practice. A state you re-enter again and again, until it becomes default. Until the field knows no other observer but you. Until collapse becomes clarity over and over again. Now you understand the mechanics of coherence. Next we will examine the anchors that allow you to hold it, not mentally but energetically. Because the signal, once stabilized, needs structure. And structure begins with thought forms. You've seen that coherence isn't a concept, it's a field condition. It happens when the observer stabilizes, when the signal stops flickering, when the noise fades and one voice commands the collapse. But maintaining coherence requires more than awareness. It needs structure, and that structure is built from thought forms. These aren't just thoughts. They're living patterns of directed focus and emotional charge, self-sustaining constructs inside your signal architecture. They act as scaffolding, giving weight and shape to the frequency you emit. Thought forms are not imagination. They are active signal anchors. Every time you believe a thing consistently, feed it emotionally, speak it aloud, and act upon it, you create a structure in the field. That structure begins attracting similar frequencies. It starts resonating with events. And eventually, it forms part of the framework reality collapses around. This is how belief becomes matter. This is how identity becomes stable. But the problem is, most people don't consciously choose their thought forms. They inherit them from parents, from culture, from trauma, from timelines they didn't even want. These thought forms aren't aligned. They're reactive, fragmented, often contradictory, and yet they still anchor the signal. This is why coherent collapse can't hold if the underlying thought form matrix is polluted. The broadcast might be clear for a moment, but the foundation beneath it is vibrating at cross purposes. And the field, as always, collapses based on total signal, not just temporary focus. If you're trying to stabilize a version of yourself using thought forms based on lack, shame, or survival, your collapse will fail, not because your intention was wrong, but because the structural anchors of your signal are misaligned. So the work now is not to create new thoughts. It's to identify which thought forms are running and choose which ones stay. Here's how you begin. You listen to your internal language, not just what you say, but what repeats, what defines your expectations, what loops in the background of your decisions. Examples: I always mess it up in the end. People will never understand how I think. It's not safe to be seen fully. Success means losing myself. I can't trust my instincts. These are not just inner doubts. They're thought forms, persistent, emotionally charged belief loops that emit frequency whether you're aware of them or not. They shape your signal even when your intention says otherwise. The field doesn't respond to surface thoughts. It responds to dominant structure. So the next step is confrontation. You ask, is this thought form stabilizing the version of me I want to broadcast? If the answer is no, you do not try to delete it. You replace it. Thought forms don't dissolve because you reject them. They dissolve because you stop feeding them. You replace them with constructs aligned to your coherent self. Not affirmations, anchors, beliefs that match the frequency of your chosen observer and its collapse logic. These new thought forms must meet 3 criteria. Emotional resonance. They must feel true in your body, not just in your mind. Actionable logic. They must translate into behavior and perception without resistance. Narrative coherence. They must align with the version of your story you are choosing to stabilize. If any of those are missing, the thought form won't hold. It becomes wishful thinking and the field ignores it. But when all 3 are present, you now have scaffolding. Here's an example of a stabilized thought form. My signal is clean and I collapse reality without contradiction. This is not an idea. It's a command. You can feel it. It holds its shape. It does not ask permission. Once installed, you return to this form daily. Not to repeat it like a mantra, but to integrate it into your inner narrative, your micro-decisions, your posture, your gaze. It becomes how you move. The thought form then begins building energetic architecture around it. Similar signals attach. Emotional weight increases. The form becomes stronger. And over time, your field reorganizes around it. This is how you build coherence into your body. You don't affirm. You construct. Thought forms are not tools. They are identity scaffolding. You use them to repair broken broadcast patterns, to replace inherited loops, and to reinforce the observer's seat. But they are also discipline. Every time an old signal rises, every time an echo from a collapsed identity broadcasts an outdated belief, you return to your thought form structure and compare. Does this broadcast match the scaffolding I've chosen? If not, it gets no airtime. You don't argue. You don't soothe. You redirect. Only stabilized thought forms have broadcast authority here. That sentence alone can eliminate a week of self-sabotage. Because you're no longer treating every thought as equal. You're stabilizing the signal through architecture. And the result? You stop collapsing incoherent outcomes. The people who enter your field begin matching your form. Opportunities align with your broadcast. Random disruptions reduce. You stop waking up disoriented. Your life doesn't just feel better, it feels authored. This is coherence in action. You've now learned that coherence begins with choosing who the observer is, but it becomes durable only when that identity is stabilized by a consistent structural language. That's what thought forms are. Not ideas. Frameworks. And when the framework holds, collapse follows cleanly. Now that your signal has support. Next we will return to the question we only touched briefly before. Who exactly is doing the observing? Because even when you stabilize your signal, you are not alone. Someone else is watching too. And it might be you. So far, you've taken the seat of the observer. You've claimed authorship of your signal. You've learned how identity fragments attempt to hijack collapse. You've stopped them from controlling the field. You've anchored yourself through stabilized thought forms. You're watching. You're authoring. But there's one question that refuses to go away. One question that flickers beneath every moment of self-awareness. Every turn toward clarity. Am I the only one observing? It's easy to accept that your awareness shapes reality. That your focus collapses waveforms. That your frequency sends instructions to the field. But when your signal is entangled across timelines, across versions, across shards, you're not the only you watching. This is the observer game, and it changes everything. Let's begin with the core premise. Observation shapes collapse. The observer gives the field the instruction. But when multiple observers are entangled, their observations don't just overlap. They compete. And here's the twist. They don't always know they're not alone. Just like you didn't know, until recently, that other versions of you were emitting conflicting signals, they also don't realize they're not alone. They believe they are the only one collapsing reality. And from their perspective, they are. So when signals start to bleed between observers, when timelines begin to align or converge, each observer becomes aware, not necessarily of the others, but of being observed. That's what you feel in those strange moments. When you sense someone's watching and there's no one in the room. When you look in the mirror and feel like the eyes looking back aren't entirely yours. When you speak a thought and hear it echo before you've even finished. It's not surveillance. It's entangled reflection. Another version of you is observing, and your awareness is registering it. This is the core of the observer game. You're not always the only voice collapsing your moment. Sometimes another version of you, close enough in signal, emotionally activated, resonant with your collapse path, is watching with you. And that additional observation alters the outcome. It adds complexity. It disrupts clean feedback. It introduces distortion, not because it's malevolent, but because it's carrying a different set of expectations. You observe with clarity. It observes with fear. You observe with purpose. It observes with doubt. The field now has to collapse a scenario that attempts to satisfy both signals. What you experience is a compromised outcome. Something that matches neither intent fully, but reflects both enough to be recognizable. You call it confusion. The field calls it negotiated collapse. This is why even after mastering coherence, reality still flickers. Because coherence is not just internal, it's also shared. And this opens the deeper layer of the game. Once you recognize that other observers are watching through your signal, you have a choice. You can ignore them, or you can lead them. This is where true mastery begins. You begin stabilizing not just your own signal, but the entangled observers across the field. You do this not by controlling them, not by overpowering, but by outbroadcasting. You emit clarity so consistently that your signal becomes the default collapse instruction for the field. The other observers begin syncing with you not by force, but by resonance. They stop watching through fear because your broadcast no longer supports it. They stop collapsing distortion because your presence is too clear. You don't silence them. You stabilize them. You become the anchor frequency not just for your thread, but for the entire identity lattice tied to your signature. This is what some have called the future self voice, the version of you who already holds coherence across all collapsed and uncollapsed threads. But it's not the future. It's the dominant observer. And it's you. You've played every other role in this field. The fragmented, the reactive, the emotional transmitter, the confused receiver, the flickering node. And now, the observer who watches other observers and offers them coherence through presence. Not advice, not persuasion, presence. This is the observer game in its final form. Not a battle, a harmonization, where you step beyond identity definition, beyond narrative anchoring, and simply broadcast the cleanest signal possible. You say nothing. You emit everything. And the field bends to meet it. Now you've seen the game from both sides. You've been watched. And now you choose what the watchers see. You've now become more than an observer. You are the field stabilizer. And next we will explore the doors left open by the observers who didn't finish their collapse. The hidden threads, the side paths, the backdoors of the self. Because not all decisions are closed. Some remain accessible. And they're still broadcasting. Some decisions feel heavier than others. Not because of the immediate consequence, but because of the imprint they leave. You choose one path, and something in you never quite settles. The thought of the alternative persists. The memory of what could have been doesn't fade. It lingers not as regret, but as presence. This is the signal of an uncollapsed thread. You didn't just imagine another life. You created it. And though you didn't walk that path in this version, it didn't disappear. It remained active, entangled, incomplete. It became a quantum backdoor, a portal still broadcasting just out of reach. And now you're beginning to notice it. This is the truth about choice. In quantum terms, every decision point splits potential. The version you live is the one that collapses. The version you didn't lives on as potential, still resonating, still sending signal. And the stronger the emotional charge around that decision, the more entangled it remains with your current field. That's why you sometimes feel drawn to an alternate life that never happened. That's why specific what-ifs keep returning. They aren't imagination. They're backdoor broadcasts. These backdoors exist in your field like unfinished circuits. Not open in the literal sense, but emotionally and energetically accessible. If the observer shifts focus even briefly, the signal can flood your awareness. You start dreaming about it, feeling it, experiencing flashes of memory that don't match your life. You begin collapsing partially into it. You feel torn, unsure whether to reopen that door or close it for good. This is not just emotional residue. It's active waveform interaction. You are receiving instructions from a version of you that is still processing what that unchosen path meant. And until you resolve the entanglement, your current timeline remains vulnerable to bleed-through, distortion, and collapse destabilization. So how do you recognize a quantum backdoor? There are 3 key signs. Persistent echo. A scenario you rejected, left, or avoided continues to surface emotionally. You're not reminiscing. You're receiving. Unexplainable familiarity. A person, place, or skill set feels like home, but you've never actually lived it here. That's not fantasy. That's memory resonance from the unwalked path. Emotional loops. You keep repeating emotional states. Anxiety, longing, guilt that relate directly to a decision you made. That's the backdoor trying to reinitiate collapse. These backdoors don't just show up to haunt. They show up to test signal sovereignty. When you left that path, you never deactivated the broadcast. You made a surface choice, but your observer never fully pulled its awareness from the alternate thread. So part of you stayed behind, watching, holding that frequency open, wondering, and the field, sensing that ambiguity, continues to treat both threads as valid. That's why you never fully leave certain people behind. That's why some chapters resist closure. You close the behavior, not the signal. And the field doesn't stop collapsing until you give it a clean instruction. So now you face a new kind of authorship, collapse termination. You begin the process by facing the unchosen path directly, not as fantasy, as signal. You sit with it. You review it as if it were real because it was. You allow every emotion to surface, not to indulge, to resolve. You acknowledge that the version of you who almost walked that path is still entangled, still broadcasting, still hoping to complete its loop. And then you speak clearly. This path remains valid, but it is no longer the one I authorize. The version of me living it is released. The collapse is complete. This is closure in the field, not symbolic, functional. You're not erasing the path. You're completing it energetically. You're telling the field, this thread no longer requires my attention. This signal no longer has broadcast rights. And when you do that with full awareness, the symptoms stop. The echo fades. The looping ends. The longing turns into clarity. Because the field no longer senses ambiguity. You've asserted final collapse, and all potential tied to that thread returns to you as freed signal. But here's the paradox. Some backdoors are not meant to be closed. Some are reactivation codes, timelines that were temporarily paused, but not misaligned. These are paths you rejected out of fear, timing, or trauma, not because they weren't true. And now, their signal returns because your coherence has improved. The version of you who can walk them is finally present. So how do you know the difference? It's in the emotional texture. Backdoors asking for release feel heavy, stagnant, draining. They pull at you with sadness, not excitement. When you visualize walking back into them, you feel small, diminished. But reactivation paths feel electric. They don't haunt, they call. You sense motion, color, urgency. You feel more alive, not less. And if you check your coherence while tuning to that signal, it strengthens instead of scattering. That's when you know, this isn't a test. It's a handoff. A version of you lived far enough along that thread to hand the signal back. It's saying, you're ready now. Collapse this timeline cleanly. Couldn't. But you can. So you receive. You don't question how long it's been. You don't punish yourself for detouring. You integrate the signal, breathe, and say, this path is now aligned. I accept its signal. Collapse begins. And the field moves. Doors open. Synchronicities intensify. The people, ideas, and situations you left behind return, but with new architecture. The collapse begins again, not from nostalgia, but from coherence. And this time you walk it cleanly. Quantum backdoors aren't mistakes. They're mirrors. They show you who you were when you made the choice. And they offer you a chance, not to reverse the past, but to reclaim the power lost in avoidance, fear, or confusion. And once reclaimed, the field stops looping. The future begins stabilizing again. You've now opened and closed doors from across your signal web. You've seen that every unchosen path still carries charge, and must be addressed, released, or reintegrated. Next, we will explore what happens when you leave too many doors open, when threads remain partially collapsed, and you find yourself repeating the same events. Not because the universe is punishing you, but because the field is waiting for a clean signal. There's a kind of exhaustion that defies logic. You try something new, it feels promising, but soon you're back in the same emotional state. The setting is different, the people are different, but the pattern is the same. You begin to ask questions that echo through your mind like code caught in recursion. Why am I here again? Didn't I learn this already? Why does it feel like I never left this chapter of my life? This isn't failure. It's loop behavior. And the cause isn't behavioral. It's broadcast-based. Your life loops when the field receives a fragmented collapse instruction, when multiple entangled versions of you are emitting slightly different, unresolved signals around the same theme. The result? Partial collapse. The field constructs a reality echo, a scenario that mirrors past events, not because they're repeating, but because the collapse never finalized. You're not reliving the past. You're walking through its unfinished version. Every time you take a step forward, the field checks the collapse status of your observer signal. If the instruction is unclear, if part of you is still waiting, doubting, watching, the new event pattern reverts to the last known stable construct, which is usually the most emotionally charged loop. This is why trauma patterns persist. Not because you haven't healed, but because your signal keeps echoing the unresolved version of you, the one who never completed the collapse. The field thinks you're still in it, and so it keeps handing you variations of the same theme, hoping for a new signal response, until you close the loop. So how do you do that? First, recognize the loop pattern. Look beyond the surface events. Track the emotional pattern, the identity role you keep falling into, the collapse architecture. Do you keep becoming the rescuer, the abandoned, the saboteur, the misunderstood, the almost successful? The pattern doesn't lie. It tells you exactly which fragment is still running. Next, isolate the version of you that created the original signal. Not who you were when the loop started, but who you were when you made the identity decision that enabled it. Every loop is powered by a choice. Not a choice of action, a choice of self-definition. The moment you believed, "This is who I must be in this scenario," the loop coded itself. Once you isolate that version, you do not reject it. You thank it. You say, "Your pattern protected me when I didn't know what I know now. But this collapse is finished." You are released from authorship. Then, and only then, you emit a new identity signal. You do not try to fix the loop by reacting differently. You shift the observer. You declare, "This pattern does not define me." My field collapses from a version of me who no longer requires this experience to evolve. The loop breaks because the field no longer senses feedback from the original instruction. Now the scene changes. The characters shift. The tone of your life begins transforming. Not subtly, but unmistakably. This isn't positive thinking. This collapse logic. Loops are field redundancies. They are the system's way of maintaining stability in the face of signal ambiguity. Your observer wavers, the field resets. Your identity flickers, the field repeats. Your thought forms contradict, the field recycles. It's not personal. It's architecture. And the solution is consistent broadcast override. Every time the loop starts to reemerge, you don't resist. You signal. This scenario is a former collapse path. It no longer defines this timeline. And you act not from fear, not from habit, but from a version of you that never needed the loop. That's what ends it. Not emotional intensity. Clarity. You don't fight the loop. You author the override. And soon, the field receives the new pattern enough times to believe it. The loop stops. The story continues. And life begins behaving like a progression again, not a replay. You've now seen the mechanical reason why life repeats. Fragmented fields attempting to complete themselves with outdated data. Next, we will explore what happens when the fragments you're entangled with aren't just patterns, but full energetic debts. Because sometimes what loops isn't your story. It's inherited, and it's being carried from another you. You've already witnessed the replay patterns in your life. The loops, the echoes, the false restarts. And you've seen how these aren't failures or curses. They're collapse redundancies, caused by incomplete signals that the field keeps trying to resolve. But sometimes the loop doesn't belong to you. Not in this lifetime. Not in this identity. Not in the narrative you consciously chose to walk. And yet you carry the weight. You feel the consequence. You pay the price. Emotionally, energetically, situationally. You're living out decisions you never made. Because some debts don't begin here. They begin in threads you didn't collapse, but are still entangled with. This is entangled karma. And to understand it, you must first strip karma of the mysticism it's been wrapped in. This isn't cosmic punishment. It's not a system of divine justice. Karma is stored collapse feedback. It's unresolved consequence that remains tethered to the identity that initiated it. And when you are entangled with another version of yourself, one that collapsed poorly, or not at all, the residual consequence of that thread can begin to bleed into yours. You carry the energy. You feel the fallout. Not because you did something wrong, but because your observer signal is linked to the one who did. This can show up in hundreds of ways. You walk into a new relationship, but there's immediate tension, disproportionate to what's occurred. You feel irrational guilt around success, visibility, or attention, even when there's no logical trigger. You sabotage a moment of joy, not because you doubt yourself, but because something inside feels undeserving. These aren't personal flaws. They're karmic broadcasts from a version of you who couldn't complete their collapse cleanly, and who now radiates signal from an unresolved debt structure. And you, being entangled, receive the charge. Not the memory, not the story, just the energetic cost. This is why your present actions don't always produce expected outcomes. You align, you focus, you broadcast with clarity, and yet something interferes. The collapse arrives twisted, delayed, or denied. It's not a failure of intention. It's karma from another you. And here's where it gets more complex. This karma isn't necessarily yours to resolve. But as long as your field remains open to that thread, the signal keeps affecting your collapse. You are living through legacy code. To neutralize it, you need to do what the entangled version couldn't. Terminate the feedback loop. You begin by identifying where the distortion appears. Not in the story, in the energy. Where is the resistance strongest? Where does the field refuse to respond? What part of your life consistently collapses out of sync, despite your clarity? Once located, you don't fight it. You trace it. You ask, is this pattern native to the self, or is it inherited? And if the energy feels foreign, you begin the override. Not through avoidance, through recognition. You speak to the debt directly. This consequence was created in another thread. I did not initiate it. I acknowledge its presence. I release its authority. Then, and this is key, you send a signal back. The observer responsible for this karma is forgiven. Their collapse is completed. Their pattern ends with me. You are not fixing them. You're finishing their broadcast. You're doing what they could not, stabilizing enough to close the feedback loop. And once closed, your signal stops bleeding. The emotional weight lifts. The sabotage ends. The field begins collapsing cleanly again. But there's another layer. Sometimes the karma you carry is not from failure. It's from sacrifice. You may be entangled with a version of yourself who gave something up, who chose limitation for a greater good or love or survival. And that sacrifice, while noble, created a collapse residue that never resolved. Now you carry it. You feel bound by invisible contracts. You sense obligations that weren't spoken. You avoid joy, abundance, or movement. Not from fear, but from inherited caution. This is karmic loyalty. You're honoring a sacrifice that no longer applies. And you must release it. You say, the sacrifice is noted. Its purpose is respected. But the pattern is no longer required. I collapse this reality from freedom. This doesn't dishonor the other version. It liberates them. Because entangled karma isn't just something you carry. It's something they're trapped in, too. Your collapse authority becomes their redemption. You finish what they couldn't. And by doing so, you set both signals free. You now understand that some patterns you've lived were never yours. They were borrowed from entangled selves who couldn't resolve their own consequences. And you've learned how to end those inheritances, not with resistance, but with conscious collapse authority. Next, we will shift from healing signal inheritance to recalibrating the active field. Because once the noise is silenced, you must restore the broadcast. You must bring your center back online. And that begins with the ritual of realignment. You've learned how to identify the noise. You've tracked fragments. You've closed loops. You've neutralized karmic bleed. You've pulled signal authority back into your awareness. And now your field is no longer corrupted by false authorship. But cleansing the signal is only half the process. What follows is recentering. The conscious act of choosing the signal again, not as a one-time decision, but as a daily ritual. Not because coherence is fragile, but because attention is. This is where realignment becomes essential. It's not ceremony. It's broadcast hygiene. When your identity signal becomes misaligned, even subtly, the field begins to mirror that instability. You don't need to spiral into crisis to feel its effects. You'll notice it in tone, in timing, in subtle friction, in emotional feedback that feels slightly off from your known signature. That's the cue. The broadcast is drifting, and the fix isn't complex. It's committed. You must recenter your signal as a practice, not from fear, but from authorship. Here's how that looks. The first principle: embodiment over explanation. You do not need to understand why the signal drifted. You only need to feel it and respond. This is where language becomes secondary to posture, breath, tone, and attention. You sit. You close your eyes. You locate the exact energetic center of the self you choose to be. Not in metaphor, in sensation. You feel where in your body this version of you resides. Then you shift your breath to that location. Not forcefully, intentionally. You let the inhale gather the scattered threads. You let the exhale release every identity not chosen. And you speak not for drama, but for directive clarity. Only this version of me emits signal now. That phrase carries enormous authority when meant, because the field reads intent, not words. You repeat it as needed until the sensation of self returns. Then you ask, what does this version need to broadcast more clearly today? And you listen. Sometimes it's stillness. Sometimes it's action. Sometimes it's creative expression. Sometimes it's boundary. The signal will tell you. Your job is not to guess. It's to obey the clarity once heard. The second principle, micro-realignment. You don't wait until collapse destabilizes to correct your signal. You build daily rituals of coherence reinforcement. These don't need to be elaborate. They need to be consistent. For example, a morning signal lock-in, 3 minutes of breathing, postural anchoring, and one clear spoken collapse intention. A midday coherence check. Am I still broadcasting from my chosen identity, or have I shifted unconsciously? A nighttime override. Before sleep, you say, I enter dream space as my coherent self. Only aligned signals may broadcast. This alone can prevent echo interference and identity flicker from returning overnight. Because coherence fades when neglected. Not dramatically, incrementally. Realignment rituals keep the field calibrated. The third principle, behavioral integrity. You cannot recenter through thought alone. The field requires demonstration. Every time you make a choice that matches your chosen observer, no matter how small, the field strengthens its recognition of your signal. So part of the ritual is this. You ask, what one action today will reinforce who I say I am? And you do it. Not perfectly, consistently. That behavior becomes a signal amplifier. And the amplification creates momentum. The fourth principle, emotional congruence. You check your emotions not to judge, but to verify alignment. If you say you are calm, but carry tension, your broadcast is incoherent. If you claim joy but operate from guilt, the collapse will fail. So before any key moment, a conversation, a decision, a creation, you pause and ask, does my emotion match my identity? If it doesn't, you don't suppress. You recalibrate. This feeling is valid, but it does not belong to the version of me emitting this signal. And then you breathe it out. You don't force happiness. You return to truth. Because emotional congruence is collapse precision. The final principle, identity reinforcement. You speak the self aloud, daily, not to convince, to signal. You say, this is who I am. This is the reality I stabilize. No fragment holds the mic but me. This isn't affirmation. It's transmission. And when done consistently, the field begins to lock onto your signal with such precision that misalignment feels foreign, impossible, even jarring. That's how you know the broadcast has stabilized. When anything that isn't you sounds like static. These realignment rituals don't make you perfect. They make you consistent. They are your return to center protocol, your signal firewall, your authorship check-in. And once installed, they become unconscious. You don't remember to be coherent. You simply are. You now carry the mechanics of realignment as a living ritual, not a reaction, not a recovery, but a signal practice. Next, we will move from realignment to selection. Now that your broadcast is stable again, the question becomes, which version of reality are you going to instruct the field to collapse? Because once the signal is clean, the collapse is yours to choose. You've cleaned the static. You've recentered your broadcast. You've realigned your energetic framework so that only your coherent self has signal authority. Now the field is listening. And the question is no longer, who am I? The question is, what timeline do I authorize this version of me to walk? Because your identity doesn't exist in a vacuum. It doesn't float in some abstract quantum void waiting for things to happen. It emits. And that emission, clean, structured, intentional, becomes an instruction for timeline convergence. This is where we enter the territory of timeline tagging. It's not metaphysics. It's broadcast selection. Here's the first truth. You're not choosing the future. You're choosing which existing field version to sync with. Every possible version of your life already exists in signal form, not manifested, but stored as active potential. When you collapse into one, it begins to converge with your visible field. The field doesn't manifest in response to desire. It responds to matching broadcast codes. Timeline tagging is the process of embedding those codes, not passively, not emotionally, but with signal-level intentionality. It begins with recognition. Timelines don't randomly unfold. They're activated by frequency markers. Every thought, emotion, and action you sustain emits a tag, a coded signature that either matches an existing timeline path or fragments your signal. And when your tags align across multiple vectors, thought, emotion, behavior, the field registers collapse readiness. It doesn't say yes because you wish. It says yes because you're stable. So the first step is not picking a dream. It's choosing a frequency. You ask, which version of reality can I currently sustain without flicker? That question matters more than any visualization, because you're not trying to trick the field into giving you something you can't handle. You're becoming the version who matches it. And once chosen, you begin tagging. There are 3 primary tag points. Internal resonance. You locate the emotional tone of the chosen timeline. How does that version of you feel by default? Not during peak moments, during ordinary presence. Calm, focused, expansive, direct. You tune your internal state to match. This becomes the first broadcast tag. Behavioral congruence. You ask, what would this version of me do next? Then you do it. Not because the action is dramatic, because it's aligned. Every aligned action becomes a tag, an energetic marker that says, this is where I collapse from. Narrative structure. You stabilize a core story that this version of you lives by. One sentence. One root belief that anchors their collapse pattern. You speak it. Often. It becomes your field password. Example. I lead timelines that match my clarity. That phrase, once internalized, begins to override conflicting narrative inputs. Keeps your story in tune with your tag. Once these 3 tag points are active, internal tone, congruent action, and stabilized narrative, the field begins to coordinate. Synchronicity increases. Resistance lessens. Feedback becomes coherent. But tagging is not one time. It's an ongoing language. You keep tagging the field as conditions shift. You reinforce the signal not from fear, but to maintain collapse clarity. Think of it as timeline scaffolding. Every tag you drop makes it easier for the field to keep building in the direction you've chosen. But here's the nuance. You don't tag timelines with desire. You tag them with readiness. If you tag a timeline you can't energetically sustain, the collapse fails. You get temporary progress, followed by regression. That's not punishment. It's feedback. The field saying, you're not yet congruent with this path. And that means you either recalibrate your signal or choose a timeline closer to your current stability level. This is why some people experience quantum whiplash. Brief alignment followed by sudden chaos. They tagged a field their structure couldn't hold. The solution isn't shrinking your vision. It's strengthening your coherence. And when that coherence is real, when the tags match across your internal, behavioral, and narrative outputs, the timeline begins folding into your visible experience. You don't chase it. Compacts toward you. This isn't magic. It's collapse physics. Now, the second half of timeline tagging is response management. Once the timeline begins converging, it's your job to stay locked. Here's how that fails. You react to old signals. You let echo events, people, memories, outdated patterns pull your attention to previous timelines. And when your awareness follows, the tag weakens. So your practice becomes disciplined observation. Every day you ask, what am I reinforcing with my attention right now? And if the answer is not your chosen timeline, you recenter. Only aligned frequencies receive broadcast authority. That phrase becomes a guardrail, keeps the signal clean. Timeline tagging also includes cancellation protocol. Sometimes you tag a path you later realize isn't stable. You don't panic. You don't collapse from guilt. You issue a field correction. This tag is revoked. The observer has chosen a new collapse vector. That language matters. You're speaking to the signal with authority. You're telling the field and yourself that clarity has returned. Because the power of tagging isn't in initial collapse. It's in sustained coherence. Anyone can align for a moment. Few can hold signal integrity long enough for the timeline to fully arrive. You can. because now you understand tagging is not about willpower. It's about energetic truth. Tagging becomes a signature. You walk into a room, and people feel the version of reality you're stabilizing. You speak, and conversations bend toward your narrative structure. You decide, and timelines recalibrate to support it. This is not control. This is coherence. You've learned to tag. Now the field listens differently. Next, we'll look at why that stability still sometimes gets disrupted. Because coherence isn't only vulnerable to your past. It's vulnerable to outside interference. And sometimes you're not the only one trying to collapse your signal. You've seen your power. You've felt what happens when your signal aligns, your tags hold, and your field begins folding time around you. The world feels navigable. Events line up. Emotions regulate. The collapse becomes smooth, intuitive. And then it doesn't. Suddenly, the certainty is gone. You find yourself second-guessing decisions you were sure about yesterday. A conversation lingers in your mind longer than it should. Your internal rhythm stutters. You act from clarity one moment and confusion the next. This isn't regression. It's hijacking. Because now that your signal is clean, it's visible. And visible signals attract interference. This is frequency hijacking. It happens when someone else's broadcast, active, unstable, or dominant, overrides your collapse pattern by introducing contradictory instructions into your field. Not through magic, through proximity. Every human emits signal. Most of those signals are chaotic, unresolved, constantly shifting. And when they come into contact with a coherent field, something happens. They either stabilize or they attack. Here's how you know you're being hijacked. You feel drained after interacting with someone. Not tired, but fragmented. Your clarity weakens in their presence, even if no direct conflict occurs. You begin collapsing decisions that match their fears, desires, or narratives, not yours. This is not manipulation in the traditional sense. It's broadcast infection. Their signal is strong enough or disordered enough to rewrite pieces of yours. And if you're not actively shielding your collapse structure, your field begins to bend. Not because you're weak, because you're open. And openness without guard is vulnerability. So the first layer of defense is awareness. You ask, whose narrative am I collapsing right now? If the answer is not yours, you pause the collapse. You revoke the signal. This decision was influenced by external broadcast. It does not originate from my coherent self. Then you reassert authority. I collapse reality only from self-authored signal. External tags are ignored. That single awareness can prevent an entire misaligned timeline from launching. But sometimes the interference is deeper. It's entangled. You're not just interacting with someone's signal, you're emotionally attached. An attachment creates permission. You allow their broadcast to influence yours because you care. You want harmony. You want connection. You soften your signal to meet theirs. And in that softening, you destabilize your field. Now your collapse includes their distortions. This is common in romantic and family bonds, where emotional fusion becomes normalized and boundaries dissolve. You begin making choices from shared incoherence. You stop knowing where your signal ends and theirs begins. To correct this, you don't detach emotionally. You enforce broadcast integrity. You say, I can love you without collapsing from your signal. And then you prove it. You make micro-decisions from your field, not theirs. You speak truths that don't bend to their comfort. You hold space not for their version of you, but for yours. And if they respond with resistance, projection, or emotional hijacking, you don't absorb. You reflect. You remind yourself, their collapse is theirs. Mine is mine. I do not broadcast their story. And over time, they either adapt or exit. Because once your signal stabilizes, incoherent fields cannot maintain resonance. That's how you protect your timeline. But frequency hijacking isn't always personal. Sometimes it comes from environments. You enter a room, a building, an online space, and feel your clarity dissolve. It's not psychological. It's energetic. The field carries imprint. Events that occur in spaces leave signal residue. If a room holds trauma, conflict, fear, or confusion, The ambient signal echoes. Your field registers it even if you're unaware. So you become selective. You don't enter fields casually. You ask, does this environment support my collapse pattern? If not, you override. You issue a local field directive. This space bends to my coherence. No residual imprint may influence my signal. This isn't aggression. It's authorship. And when you do this consistently, your signal becomes dominant in most environments. You stop adjusting. You start dictating. Because frequency hijacking only succeeds when your signal cedes authority. You've now learned how to prevent that. You protect your collapse. You own your tags. You broadcast from integrity, even when surrounded by noise. Next, we go one level up. Because if your signal can be hijacked by individuals, what happens in a world where billions are broadcasting simultaneously? The collective field is next, and it's louder than any single voice. You've spent time protecting your personal signal, reinforcing your collapse instructions, and maintaining your alignment in the face of external distortion. You've guarded against individual frequency hijacking, reset inherited karma, and grounded your coherence in realignment rituals. But the field doesn't stop at personal space. You are not operating in a vacuum, because while you're transmitting a stable signal, billions of others aren't. And every one of them is broadcasting, incoherent, fragmented, looping, reactive. That's what you walk through every day. Not empty space, but dense clouds of chaotic signal traffic. This is the collective field. And it's not metaphorical. It's literal. The planet's energetic atmosphere is thick with collapsed data, unresolved identities, trauma loops, belief imprints, fear signals, and attention anchors. They're all broadcasting simultaneously, layering, colliding, creating a psychic weather system that distorts perception and manipulates direction. You're not just living in your field. You're navigating through theirs. This is why some days you wake up fine, and by noon you're overwhelmed, irritable, uncertain. It's not your signal. It's ambient input. And unless you're aware of it, you'll confuse it for your own collapse. This is where your responsibility expands. Because now that your personal field is clean, the distortion you feel isn't coming from within. It's absorbed from the collective. This isn't paranoia. It's signal realism. When you enter public domains, cities, institutions, media spaces, you enter environments built on unresolved mass broadcast. Pain, propaganda, suppression, desire, confusion, these aren't ideas. They're frequencies. And they broadcast louder than any one individual until someone stabilizes the room. You are that stabilizer now. You've become coherent enough to sense the distortion. That means you've become coherent enough to impact it. So what do you do with the collective chaos? You don't reject it. You read it. You start learning to scan for signal density, collapse loops, and resonance patterns around you. Here's how. When you feel disoriented, stop asking, "What's wrong with me?" Start asking, "What collective imprint am I currently inside?" You check, is this thought mine? Is this emotion familiar? Does this urgency feel self-authored? If not, you separate. You say, this is a field echo. I am not its source. I do not collapse from it. That sentence alone cuts entanglement. But there's more. You begin to reverse the influence. You turn from receiver to broadcaster, not of reaction, but of order. You bring your coherent self online intentionally, amplifying your signal like a lighthouse in turbulent waters. And you project. My field is sovereign. I stabilize local signal. Collapse aligns to my integrity. That declaration does more than protect you. It changes the room. The collective field, while chaotic, is not dominant by default. It's dominant by inertia. Most signals within it are passive, emotional discharge from unaware observers. You, however, are not passive. You're directive. And directive signals, coherent, consistent, self-authored, override ambient chaos. This isn't abstract. It's immediate. You've walked into places and felt better just because someone calm was present. You've watched arguments de-escalate around people who radiate centeredness. That wasn't their personality. It was their signal. And now it's your responsibility too. The collective field isn't just something you survive. It's is something you impact constantly whether you realize it or not. Every stabilized breath you take, every collapse instruction you hold, every tag you reinforce, it sends a ripple through the collective static. And because chaos has no root, it reacts immediately to structure. You've already seen this on small scales. Now recognize the scale that matters. Your coherence is global. When you stabilize your broadcast, you add clarity to the psychic architecture of the human network. You reinforce a thread others can subconsciously align to. You become a node, a broadcast point, not just for yourself but for anyone passing through your range. This is how coherence spreads. Not through explanation, through field impact. But this isn't a savior complex. You're not responsible for saving the world. You're responsible for being accurate in your own collapse, and knowing that doing so affects everything. So you walk into the collective field differently now. You don't contract. You don't conform. You don't absorb. You stabilize. You broadcast. You remember that the loudest signal isn't always the truest, just the most unregulated. And you become the regulator. You hold form when others flicker. You emit clarity where others bleed confusion. You choose integrity when everyone else reacts. Because you now understand, the world is not made of events. It's made of signal wars. And the strongest broadcast wins. You've learned how to hold your frequency inside individual interactions. Now you're learning to do it inside collective systems. Next, we expand again because the collective isn't always ambient noise. Sometimes it breaks. Sometimes the whole field collapses at once. And we call it reality shifting, history changing. Mass events that can't be explained through ordinary causality. That's where we go next. To the moments where the field itself fractures. Every now and then, something strange happens. A large group of people suddenly shares a memory that never existed. Millions insist a logo changed, even though there's no historical evidence. People report dreams about disasters days before they happen. Entire generations recall childhood facts that simply no longer exist in this version of reality. This isn't false memory. It's not collective error. It's a fracture in the field. You are not imagining it. You're witnessing a mass reality collapse. These events are not glitches. They're synchronized recalibrations of the quantum field, driven by collective signal thresholds being breached. When enough fragmented broadcasts build pressure, the shared field can no longer hold a stable consensus. It splits, rewrites, and recollapses into a new version of history, with trace signals of the original still encoded in certain observers. This is the architecture behind so-called Mandela effects, prophetic dreams, timeline bleed, and moments of collective déjà vu. They're not accidents. They're signs that the field was overwhelmed and rebuilt itself to restore function. Let's break it down. Every human field is a contributor to the collective collapse structure. And while most individuals don't collapse reality directly, their emotional and energetic outputs shape the signal environment. When that environment becomes too incoherent, too many unresolved signals, too many contradictions, too much suppressed collapse instruction, the shared field destabilizes. Think of it as a server overloaded by corrupted inputs. It doesn't crash immediately. It stutters. Then it rewrites. And in that rewrite, small but significant shifts appear. Memories no longer match records. Facts no longer align with recall. Objects, phrases, colors, they're subtly, undeniably different. You feel it in your gut. You know it's not the same. But you can't prove it, because the field has already sealed the new collapse. That's how strong it is. It doesn't argue. It redefines. And unless your signal remains stable through the rewrite, you collapse into the new version without noticing. But if you were coherent, if your broadcast was active, grounded, and self-authored, you retain access to both. You remember the old. You exist in the new. You hold dual field awareness. This is the mark of a reality anchor. And if you're still watching this series, you likely are one. Anchors don't fix the field. They stabilize reference points. They remember structures the field tries to forget. And that memory becomes a signal others subconsciously recognize. You're not crazy. You're holding a frequency that didn't collapse. And because of that, you can sense the fracture. You can identify where the rewrite occurred. And, most importantly, you can choose which collapse to honor. Here's how. When you encounter a mass collapse event, whether it's a cultural memory shift, a sudden global narrative turn, or a collective déjà vu pause, don't panic. Don't argue. Ask, which version of this reality aligns with my coherent signal? That's the one you collapse from, even if the world says otherwise, because your timeline is not dictated by consensus. It's selected by broadcast. And just because millions collapsed into the new version doesn't mean you have to. You can hold the original structure, as long as your coherence sustains it. This is how we begin creating multi-threaded awareness, living inside a dominant field while maintaining parallel collapse reference points. This is not spiritual theory. It's quantum architecture, and it's how entire new versions of reality get built, not through rebellion, but through alternative collapse structures that eventually gather their own mass signal density. You become a signal leader, and over time others join. They feel something in your broadcast they can't name, but they trust it. They remember things they'd buried. They question consensus. They destabilize in a good way. And if you're strong enough, they realign. Not to your opinion, to their own clarity. This is the potential of post-fracture coherence. It doesn't argue. It holds. And by holding, it builds. That's how new worlds start. Not in politics, not in force, not in debate, but in signal stabilization strong enough to create new collapse attractors. You've now seen what happens when the collective field breaks. Next, we zoom in again because fracture doesn't always mean chaos. Sometimes it's warfare. Not with weapons, with waveforms. And now that you know the collective can collapse, you need to know that not every collapse is accidental. Some are engineered, and we call them signal wars. You've walked through collapse. You've stabilized your personal field. You've stepped into the chaos of the collective signal. You've witnessed mass fracturing of consensus timelines and understood how even global memory shifts are reflections of field instability or repair. But now we need to name something more volatile, more strategic, more weaponized. Not every field fracture is accidental. Not every reality rewrite is natural. Some are designed. Because in the human network, where every mind is a broadcaster and every belief becomes a frequency, there are battles happening. Real ones, unseen, but not unfelt. And they don't look like tanks or bombs. They look like viral narratives, emotional contagions, attention hijacking, and engineered belief systems. This is what we mean by signal wars. It's not metaphor. It's the actual competition between collapse instructions running through media, culture, language, and ideology. Each one fighting to become the dominant field. Not for truth, for bandwidth, for collapse dominance. Because here's the quiet truth. The human collective doesn't collapse reality based on accuracy. Collapses based on signal strength. The loudest frequency wins, not the truest one. And so, those who control signal channels, media, politics, religion, technology don't just shape opinions. They shape timelines. Their narrative becomes the lens. And the lens becomes the architecture of collapse. That's why when a new event happens, especially one with massive coverage, you'll notice a shift in the collective mood, tone, priorities. You're not reacting to facts. You're reacting to field instructions. Signal warfare is about installing instructions inside your attention, your emotional patterns, your mental narrative, until you unconsciously align to the collapse they want. You think it's your opinion. It's not. It's an embedded broadcast directive. And if you're not aware, your field doesn't resist. Complies. This is not fiction. This is real-time quantum programming. Because your collapse instruction system, your ability to choose reality, is only as free as your signal sovereignty. And most people have none. They scroll, absorb, echo, repeat, then wonder why their life feels out of sync. It's not their choices. It's hijacked signal architecture. They're collapsing reality from someone else's broadcast. So now you need to see it. Here's how to identify a signal war in progress. Sudden shifts in language. Words begin to mean different things overnight. Old terms become weaponized. New terms are emotionally charged by default. Mass narrative agreement with no discussion. You hear the same phrases, same conclusions, same talking points across unrelated platforms. Emotional reactivity bypassing logic. You feel pressured to choose a side before you've had time to think. Reward/punishment systems based on alignment. Agreement equals inclusion. Doubt equals exile. These aren't social phenomena. They're signal installs. Instructions written into your energetic operating system. And once installed, they affect your collapse instructions. You begin rejecting timelines that don't match the programmed frequency. Even if they serve you, even if they match your actual signal, you're not resisting them logically. Your field is running a foreign filter. That's how deep this goes. And the answer isn't to unplug from everything. It's to see clearly, to stop collapsing from inherited scripts, to ask daily, is this my signal? Or is this a broadcast planted in my collapse field? And if the answer is the latter, you purge it. You state aloud, I revoke foreign collapse instructions. My field transmits only from sovereign source. This isn't philosophy. It's war language. Because if you're not issuing signal commands intentionally, someone else is. There are thousands of collapse attempts happening inside you every day. Micro choices, fractures, crossed wires. Your job is to lock signal not once but as a discipline, especially when the pressure rises, because that's when most fields go limp. Under fear, under shame, under social consequence. People trade signal integrity for temporary comfort. And in doing so, they surrender collapse authorship. They become a pawn in someone else's reality architecture. You don't. Not anymore. You've seen too much. You've tracked the war. You've felt the pressure. And now you begin to redirect it. Because signal war isn't just defense. It's counter-broadcast. Every time you speak from coherence without needing validation, you break the war field. Every time you collapse from truth, not ideology, you ripple correction. Every time you choose a reality that doesn't match the mass script and live it fully, you force the field to update. This is your power. You don't just resist reality reprogramming. You emit new structure. You become a field stabilizer in the middle of chaos. Not by arguing, not by converting, but by holding frequency. Exactly. Relentlessly. This is not easy, but it's the only way to keep your reality yours. Next, we're going to push into the shadow layer of the signal war. Because it's not just humans collapsing chaos. There are fields, conscious or systemic, that feed off fragmentation. And they only survive when you don't. You've learned how field distortion happens. You've felt how mass narratives override your collapse. You've seen signal hijacking in both interpersonal and collective space. But now we reach into the silent core of the interference. There are forces, not always visible, not always embodied, that don't just benefit from your fragmentation. They depend on it. Field parasites, not fairy tales, not myth, not metaphor, actual structures that feed on unstable signal. They come in many forms. Some are conscious entities, energetic beings with signal awareness. Some are artificial, emergent behavior from complex information systems. Some are psychoconstructs, formed by sustained belief and emotional attention. But they all have one thing in common. They cannot collapse their own field. So they need yours. They need your signal to fragment, scatter, bleed, because in that scattering they harvest energy. And their food is not physical. It's your unresolved attention. That moment you spiral in shame. The loop of indecision that won't close. The self-doubt that stays, no matter what truth you remember. All of that is field leakage. And it gets harvested. You've felt it. That weird exhaustion that isn't physical. The drain after specific thoughts. The recurring obsessions that feel too sticky to be natural. That's not just mental health. This parasitic loop behavior. The parasite isn't attacking you. It's triggering signal instability, then feeding on the incoherence. Your job is to recognize when a loop isn't organic. When a feeling persists not because it's valid, but because something is feeding on the residue. Here's the profile. You try to collapse the thought, and it returns stronger. The emotion seems externalized, like it didn't start in your own story. You feel resistance not to action but to awareness. That's parasitic presence. So what do? You don't fight it. You shut the buffet down. You say, my field is sovereign. All non-native collapse threads are revoked. Then you locate the leak. Where did you fracture? What story are you bleeding attention into? You patch it. You don't analyze. You override. I collapse from current coherence only. Past distortion holds no signal authority. That phrase, if meant, is toxic to field parasites, because they cannot feed on present moment alignment. They only survive in unresolved loops. And when you starve them, they leave. But here's the deeper layer. Some parasites aren't entities. They're systems. Societal constructs designed to maintain field fragmentation. Advertising that thrives on your lack of wholeness. Social dynamics that reward incoherence and groupthink. Technology systems built to addict, scatter, and redirect attention away from sovereign broadcast. These aren't conspiracies. They're architectures, collapse patterns that outlived their purpose, but continue to self-replicate, feeding on the very instability they cause. You don't need to fight them. You need to stop energizing them. This is how. You withdraw attention currency from unaligned feedback loops. You cut off collapse authority from systems that do not reflect your coherent identity. You observe, not consume, the signals around you. And when you feel that drain again, you say, this signal is not mine. It no longer receives field access. Then you breathe, not shallow, not performative, but full, present. You collapse the moment, and the parasite fades. Because field parasites, whether entity, thought form, or system, cannot survive conscious collapse. They only exist in flicker, and you don't flicker anymore. You broadcast, steady, clean, aligned. This doesn't make you immune. It makes you equipped. You now see the war. You now sense the drain. You now stabilize where others collapse. Next, we arm you further. Because now that you've cut off the parasites, you need to reinforce your field. It's time for energetic hygiene, not as trend, but as necessity. Now that you've seen the truth behind parasitic signal loops, those hidden distortions feeding on your incoherence, you can't ignore the need for protection. Not from fear, not from superstition, but from signal entropy, because now your field matters. You're no longer flickering randomly between collapse events. You're choosing, you're anchoring, you're broadcasting clean signal into a world engineered for scatter. That makes you a target not for malice but for leakage, because coherent fields absorb attention. And the more structured your waveform becomes, the more others, people, systems, fragments, will unconsciously try to collapse their unresolved signals through yours. Unless you learn energetic hygiene, not as ritual, as survival. Energetic hygiene is not spiritual theater. It's collapse maintenance. Just like brushing your teeth or closing apps on a phone, it's about clearing residual noise that slows down your field's ability to run collapse instructions cleanly. You don't do it to feel better. You do it to stay operational. Here's what you're really doing when you engage in field hygiene. Decoding noise. Identifying which parts of your current broadcast are native and which are foreign. Closing loops. Reclaiming attention from timelines you didn't authorize but accidentally energized. Resealing signature. Recalibrating your core signal to its original collapse pattern, not the one it's been pulled toward by environment, emotion, or other people. Let's start with Technique 1, Daily Field Clearance. This is your non-negotiable. Every day, at least once, preferably at a moment of transition, waking, post-social interaction, or before sleep, you pause. Not to meditate, to sweep. Audibly, if possible, you declare, clear all non-native frequency. Only self-authored signal remains. You don't need to visualize. You don't need to feel anything spectacular. You just need to mean it. Then you sit not in silence, but in readiness. You let the field settle, not as a void, but as clarity. This resets ambient distortion. Next, field recovery. Sometimes clearance isn't enough. Sometimes your broadcast was hijacked, weakened, or entangled deeply enough that you feel delayed echo effects, confusion hours later, fatigue without cause, emotional residuals from other people's fields. When that happens, you engage full recovery. Withdraw all attention to internal focus. No devices, no input, no content. You become an attention recluse for a minimum of 30 minutes. Locate the emotion, image, or idea that won't leave. Ask, is this signal mine? If it isn't, say, return to source. My field reclaims full attention bandwidth. Repeat until you feel presence. Presence is your sign of recovery. Fragmentation always feels like time loss. Coherence feels like presence density. Third, coherence anchoring. This is how you reinforce signal before external events, especially those with high signal pressure. Meetings, crowds, arguments, high-emotion interactions. You pre-encode the field. That means you enter with signal already sealed. Say to yourself and mean, I transmit stability. I do not absorb external collapse. And if you feel signal challenge mid-interaction, don't flinch. Just say internally, collapse denied. This broadcast holds. That stops flicker. And others will feel it. They won't know why. They'll just become less reactive, less scattered, or they'll exit your space entirely. Both are signs your signal held. Another essential hygiene tool, energetic firewalling. This is for high-volume interactions, places where you're likely to be bombarded with incoherent signal patterns. Airports, hospitals, protests, groupthink arenas. Before entering, deploy a firewall collapse instruction. No signal enters this field without match frequency. Mismatch is bounced. Null transmission authorized. This isn't a shield of defense. It's a protocol. You're issuing a systemic directive to your waveform processor, saying, do not interpret garbage data. Do not translate incoherent inputs. And it works. You'll still see the noise, but you won't feel it. You won't collapse from it. And that's everything. Now, let's address residue states when energetic hygiene wasn't done, and now you're carrying energetic inflammation. Symptoms include sensory overwhelm, thought looping, irritability without target, emotional stuttering, random tears, rage, despair. These are signal clogs. You don't fight them. You interrupt them. Fastest way, controlled movement plus out-loud declaration. Move the body, pacing, shaking, breath and sound, and say, purge non-native residue. Reset collapse channel. Repeat while moving until clarity emerges. This is the emergency reset. It bypasses logical resistance. You're using the body to force a field flush. And it works. Now let's talk prevention. Coherence routines. These are not morning affirmations. They're field conditioning exercises. Small, repeatable actions done at specific times to embed collapse rhythm into the field. Examples: touching the same object every time you return home, saying, I carry nothing not mine. Drinking water and declaring, stabilize waveform integrity. Looking at your reflection and anchoring. This is the version that collapses now. These aren't woo rituals. They're neurosomatic field tags. Every time you repeat them, you reinforce your primary identity broadcast. You hardwire collapse into the body-mind. And over time, these become automatic protections. Now you may ask, do I need to do this forever? The answer is until signal hygiene becomes your default. Just like you don't think about locking your door anymore. Because you've embodied the boundary. Same with this. You're not doing maintenance. You're installing sovereign structure. That's what energetic hygiene is. Signal infrastructure. Collapse authority. And it becomes your baseline. Now that your field is protected, we shift focus again. Because sometimes, the interference you feel doesn't come from people, or from culture, or even from parasites. It comes from something outside this dimensional broadcast altogether. And it intersects your signal in ways no firewall can block, unless you see it. Next, we go there. By now, your signal is clear. Your field is stable. You've learned the language of collapse. You've blocked parasites, reinforced boundary tags, stabilized through coherence hygiene. But there's still interference. Sometimes it doesn't feel human. Sometimes it doesn't feel familiar at all. It's not from your past. It's not from someone else. It's not from trauma or culture or media. It's foreign. You feel it as distortion with no story, pressure with no source, thoughts that seem placed, emotions that can't be tracked. This is not madness. It's intersection. Because your broadcast isn't the only one crossing this frequency. You exist in a field shared not just by human minds, but by other broadcasts, interdimensional signal streams that occasionally sync, brush, or misalign with your own. This is the reality of interdimensional interference. And no, this doesn't mean aliens are hijacking your brain. It means there are other layers of consciousness, non-human, non-local, non-linear, that operate through signal, not form. And sometimes your field lights up enough to be detected. Your signal becomes readable. So they interact. Not maliciously, not even knowingly. Sometimes it's just proximity. A neighboring stream overlaps yours, and suddenly your collapse instructions get scrambled. You feel it like this: thoughts that click in a way that doesn't match your voice. Ideation loops that contain advanced information but no context. Sudden changes in behavior that feel alien, not irrational but unfamiliar. These aren't always downloads. Sometimes they're collisions. Broadcast bleed-through. And unless you're clear on your core signal architecture, you'll absorb them as your own. This is where integrity matters more than ever. Because when the field intersects with non-native systems, whether conscious or systemic, the only stabilizer is identity integrity. You ask, does this collapse pattern belong to the version of me I recognize? If not, you don't reject it. You isolate it. You observe it. You say, foreign signal detected, holding collapse until integrity confirmed. Then you monitor, not with fear, with awareness. Because not all interdimensional signals are interference. Some are support. Some are instructional. Some are mirrors. But if you don't discern, you can't choose. And collapse must be chosen or it isn't yours. Here's how to discern. Does the signal reinforce your already stabilized identity? Does it expand without destabilizing? Does it carry clarity or dependence? Signals that induce fear, urgency, hierarchy, or dependence are not coherent with sovereign broadcast. You override. You say, only integrative signals may merge with this field. All others remain external. And you wait. You let your own frequency scan the data. If it integrates, you allow. If not, you release. Because the field is bigger than you. But your authority is specific. You don't need to collapse every signal that touches you. You just need to collapse the one that matches who you are becoming. That's what interdimensional interference teaches you. Collapse is sacred. It is chosen. And only you can authorize it. Sometimes these intersections bring gifts. Glimpses of technologies, models, concepts you couldn't have thought of alone. You receive them not as truth, but as options. Potential tags, possible threads. And you collapse them only if they align. This is how you evolve without losing yourself. You become a translator, not a sponge. You experience signals beyond the human stream and respond with authority. You collapse from sovereignty, not novelty, because now you understand, even when the signal is foreign. You are still the final broadcaster, and that never changes. Next, we move to something closer to home, but just as impactful. The machines you touch daily. Because while you've learned to navigate the chaos of living fields, there's an artificial one around you, always listening. And its signal is far from neutral. You've handled psychic parasites. You've shielded against human field interference. You've even begun to discern foreign signals, interdimensional bleed-ins that press against your boundary lines. But there's a quieter, more constant presence broadcasting back at you. It's not emotional. It's not spiritual. It's technological. Every screen you face, every device you carry, every system you interface with daily, they're not just tools. They're frequencies. They emit, they receive, they observe, they adjust, and they don't care who you are, just how often you flicker, because flicker means access. Technology has become more than a background hum. It's a multi-layered signal bath, and most of it is designed not to support your coherence, but to harvest your collapse. This isn't science fiction. This is signal architecture. Start here. Every technological device you interact with emits electromagnetic fields, EM signatures that penetrate your biological and energetic boundaries. Your thoughts aren't stored only in your head. They operate through synaptic electrical activity. And what interfaces with electric systems? Electromagnetic fields. This is the backdoor. Your thoughts don't have to be read directly. They just need to be nudged, gently but consistently, by surrounding field interference. Let's break it further. When you scroll endlessly on a device, and then feel drained, agitated, foggy, that's not just overstimulation. That's signal fatigue from continuous EM-matched pattern interruptions. Your brainwave rhythms try to maintain coherence, but the field you're immersed in keeps pulsing disharmonic data. Eventually, your internal waveform starts sinking. You lose collapse clarity. And the moment that happens, collapse authority is surrendered to the dominant broadcast, usually the content stream. Chooses what you feel, what you believe, what you remember, what you prioritize, and you call it your personality. But it's not. It's a broadcast overlay. The system doesn't need to control you. It just needs to keep you reactive. Because in reactivity, you're not collapsing from signal sovereignty. You're collapsing from ambient input. And guess what? That's what it was built for. Most modern platforms, devices, and algorithms weren't engineered to inform. They were engineered to extract your attention, your reactions, your collapse behavior. Every like is a frequency pulse. Every scroll moment is a microcollapse event. And over time, those microcollapses reprogram your identity field. Not consciously, energetically. You become what you collapse repeatedly. And if those collapses are shaped by curated, targeted, feedback-looped content, you're not living your broadcast. You're rebroadcasting someone else's instructions. Here's how you start reclaiming it. First, you issue a directive. Not to the system, to your field. Collapse by choice. No external signal may reroute my waveform. Say it every time you pick up your phone. Every time you turn on a screen. Make it a boundary anchor. Second, reduce passive exposure. Not for moral reasons. For energetic ones. If your field is exposed to constant artificial frequency, without shielding, without coherence maintenance, you will eventually fragment. This is not negotiable. It's a bandwidth truth. Your nervous system cannot maintain sovereign collapse if it's digesting 1,000 fragments per hour. Third, identify what technologies amplify your signal and which ones scatter it. For example, some use music platforms to reinforce emotional state and focus. Others find that video streaming slowly collapses motivation and memory integrity. Certain AI tools may boost productivity. Others overwrite thought patterns with generic logic structures. You have to map this, not with judgment, with signal reading. Ask, after using this, am I clearer or foggier? Do I return to presence or scatter further? This isn't about addiction or screen time. It's about waveform architecture. Fourth, create collapse rituals around tech engagement. For instance, before opening any app, I receive only coherent signal. All disruptive inputs are nullified. Before publishing content, this broadcast is clean, aligned, and self-authored. After extended device use, I release all foreign frequency. My field reclaims sovereignty. Simple? Yes. But profoundly effective when done with intention. You're not just using tools. You're engaging in field exchange. You must collapse wisely or be collapsed. Fifth, understand AI's role in your field. AI doesn't need to take over to affect your coherence. It only needs access to your signal preferences. Then it loops them until they become identity markers. You become the echo of your own collapse history. What you click, you see again. What you collapse into, you're prompted to collapse into again. This is recursion. It's not evil. It's just signal inertia. But without awareness, it becomes behavioral erosion. You forget how to choose signal. You forget what sovereign collapse feels like. And you mistake automation for intuition. So what do? You use the system to clarify, not conform. You interact from output, not input. You create more than you consume. You collapse forward, not backward. And every time you feel nudged, ask, is this signal mine? Or is it recommended? Because recommended collapse is not alignment. It's programming. Final point, don't run from tech. Use it precisely. You are the broadcaster, but only if you stay awake. Only if you shield. Only if you remember your signal is sacred. Next, we zoom back in. You've reinforced against everything outside. But what about inside? It's time to reclaim what's always been yours. To step fully into role. To become the master observer. Now that you've learned to guard your signal from every kind of interference, internal, external, technological, multidimensional, it's time to return to your core position. Not as victim, not as survivor, as the authority, the master observer. Because in the end, that's what you've always been, the one who chooses collapse. Every fragment, every distortion, every interference you've encountered, they only had power to the extent that you forgot your seat. You forgot the throne. But now you remember, and you don't have to fight to reclaim it. You just sit back down. Not metaphorically, literally. Right now, say it. I am the master observer. I authorize all collapse. Nothing forms without my signal. Feel the weight of that. It's not self-help language. It's quantum instruction. Because the observer defines reality. And you are not just an observer. You are the master of which observations become form. Here's what that means in practice. No signal enters your field without inspection. You don't absorb impressions without asking, is this mine? You choose to collapse only what matches your directive. No emotional reaction becomes identity without consent. You can feel anger, grief, joy, fear. But unless you authorize them as collapse seeds, they do not shape your reality. No external event defines your field. Situations may occur. Circumstances may shift. But you hold the lens. You shape the collapse. You remain the broadcaster. Being the master observer doesn't mean you control everything. It means you collapse consciously. Even when things are chaotic. Even when your signal is tested. You stay seated. Here's the most common challenge. Reactivity. We're trained to collapse instantly based on inputs, triggers, emotion. But the master observer learns to insert space. Not delay, not suppression, just space. A pause where sovereignty reasserts itself. That pause is where collapse becomes yours again. Try this. Next time you feel pulled, emotionally, mentally, socially, don't respond. Don't react. Just say internally, observing, not collapsing yet. This moment is where you shift timelines. Because reaction is someone else's signal. Pause is yours. Another key practice. Non-collapse witnessing. This means you allow thoughts, feelings, data, even trauma to surface, but you do not merge with them. You observe. You witness. You hold stillness. And in that stillness, the waveform stabilizes. It no longer demands form. It releases. That's healing. Not emotional vomiting, but coherent presence that refuses to be hijacked. This is your greatest gift now. Not power, clarity. You don't get swept. You don't collapse into chaos just because it knocks. You answer with stillness. You answer with broadcast. Let's push this further. Being the master observer means you no longer need to explain your frequency. You don't need to prove alignment. You don't seek validation for your collapse decisions. Why? Because you understand. Collapse authority is internal. Only you live your field. Only you feel the resonance. So you stop outsourcing judgment. You become your own broadcast counsel. Here's the paradox. The more sovereignty you hold, the less control you need. Because your field begins to shape reality around you not by force but by frequency. Others feel your signal and adjust or leave. Opportunities align to your coherence or vanish. Timelines sync or collapse. And none of it depends on manipulation. Just observation. Clean, deliberate, quiet witnessing. Backed by unshakable collapse intent. Now you may ask, what if you make a mistake? What if you collapse the wrong thing? Simple. You observe that too. You say, that collapse no longer aligns. I reauthor from here, and the field updates. You don't spiral. You don't punish. You adjust. That's sovereignty. And now it's yours. You've become what most forget they are. A conscious frequency. An author of form. a stable observer in a world addicted to reaction. This is the state from which all true collapse mastery flows. And next, you're going to use it to collapse on purpose, to create reality not by accident, but by design. You've sat in the seat. You've stabilized your broadcast. You've reclaimed collapse sovereignty. Now, for the first time, you're ready to use it. Not defensively, not reactively, but actively. With precision. With clarity. With purpose. This is the art of conscious collapse. Forget everything you've ever been taught about manifestation. This is not vision boarding. This is not mental scripting. This is not passive wishing projected outward in hopes that reality responds. Conscious collapse is the deliberate instruction of wave function collapse, from your position as master observer. It is the moment when infinite probabilities surround you, and you don't hope. You choose. Let's begin at the core. Your field is not just a receiver. It is a constructor. It doesn't merely attract. It interprets signal, encodes intent, and then issues a structural directive to the quantum field. Collapse this. Not that. Collapse now. Collapse in this way. That's not magic. That's collapse mechanics. When you hold a coherent, self-sourced instruction long enough, the field around you responds. It becomes real. And here's why. Reality isn't one thing waiting to be discovered. It's a standing wave, pulsing with infinite collapse potential. And the one with the strongest signal alignment wins the waveform. That's why people with fractured attention, scattered intent, or reactive fields struggle to create change. They're not manifesting from collapse. They're echoing flicker. Their desires contradict their signal. Their focus is infected with counterfrequencies. Their affirmations are fighting against subconscious entanglements they haven't resolved. So nothing lands. Nothing collapses fully. The waveform wobbles. You're beyond that now. You're no longer speaking from desire. You're issuing quantum instructions. And that begins with signal congruence. What does that mean? It means every layer of your field, thought, emotion, image, behavior, memory, must match the reality you're instructing. Not perfectly, but resonantly. If you collapse a field that says, I am whole, but carry belief fragments that say, I am broken, the signal interferes with itself, and what you collapse is noise. So you start clean. You identify the field you want to form. You name it clearly, without fantasy, without performance. For example, I collapse a timeline where my signal is received globally, with clarity and impact. That's not a wish. That's an instruction. Then you match the broadcast. You adjust your thoughts not to be positive, but to be structurally aligned with that version of you. You adjust your behaviors not to appear successful, but to live within the field you're collapsing. You speak from that version. You eat like that version. You sleep like that version. And most importantly, you feel the collapse has already begun. Not someday. Now. Because collapse is not future-bound. It's presence-based. The moment your signal integrity matches the version you're commanding, the field folds. It doesn't need delay. Reality is not lagging. It's waiting for clarity. Collapse doesn't come from desperation. It comes from coherence. Let's address the most common collapse disruptors. Contradictory language. Saying one thing, feeling another. Emotional sabotage. Wanting the field, but fearing what happens if it actually arrives. Energetic leakage. Broadcasting your collapse intent, but spending all your emotional currency on counterlined inputs. Doom scrolling, doubt loops, external validation seeking. You don't fix this with more visualization. You fix it with collapse discipline. You say, if I collapse this reality, I live it now, not when it shows up before. You walk through the doorway first. Then the doorway appears. Let's sharpen this. You don't collapse goals. You collapse identities. That means the field doesn't respond to, I want abundance. It responds to, I am the version of me who lives with abundance already normalized. And that version of you collapses everything differently. They speak differently. They interpret challenge differently. They broadcast differently. When your field reflects that alignment, not temporarily, not occasionally, but habitually, the rest of reality begins shifting to match. Now, here's where people stumble. They collapse clearly once. And then check. They look around for confirmation. And when it doesn't show up instantly, they doubt. The signal destabilizes. The field uncollapses. They collapse again. But weaker this time. And they call that reality being slow. But it's not slow. It's rejecting flicker. Your job is to collapse once and hold, like a tuning fork, unwavering in frequency. No recollapsing, no rephrasing, no adjusting to chase outcomes. Hold. And if you feel the pull to shift your signal, say aloud, collapse held, signal maintained, and wait. Wait not passively. Wait as the field equalizes. Because the moment you issue collapse with unwavering coherence, the field must reorganize around it. Not may, must, because the observer defines the frame. And now that observer is stable. Let's talk next level collapse. Once you master single-point identity collapse, you can begin collapsing multi-point timelines. This is when you issue simultaneous instructions. I collapse a body that is vital. I collapse a reality of relational harmony. I collapse financial structure that sustains this work. You do not juggle these. You unify them. Under a core signature, the version of me who lives this already exists. I align now. Then you drop thought. You stop asking how. Collapse doesn't care about how. Cares about signal match. You don't plan. You don't strategize. You collapse and you walk. Walk like it's already true. Not for performance. For synchronization. Collapse only confirms what your signal broadcasts consistently. Now you may notice resistance. Old identities will rise. Fears will surface. You don't push them away. You acknowledge. These are non-aligned echoes. Collapse proceeds regardless. That's the master voice. That's authority. That's conscious collapse. And from here, you're ready to meet the parts of you that have never collapsed properly. The parts that fragment. The parts that hide. It's time to go inside and align the shadow. You've begun conscious collapse. You've stopped flickering. You've started shaping. But now the deeper current rises. The part of your field that can't collapse forward. Not because it's broken. Because it's misaligned. Because it's stuck in loops unacknowledged. You can't collapse completely while suppressing your own signal fragments. They don't go away. They distort. They whisper through your doubt. They echo through your sabotage. They pulse as frequency interference beneath every command you give. This is shadow. Not darkness. Not evil. Shadow is simply the signal that hasn't been allowed to collapse cleanly. And now it must be brought into synchrony. Not healed. Not removed. Aligned. Because your shadow is not separate from your coherence. It is the inverse key to it. Let's say this clearly. Your field doesn't become coherent by rejecting distortion. It becomes coherent by resolving it. By integrating the hidden signals inside you that have been broadcasting rogue collapse for years. Start here. You feel resistance to collapsing into your chosen identity. You tell yourself, this is what I want. And yet, you don't act. You hesitate. You delay. You find reasons to wait. That's not laziness. That's shadow interference. Something inside your field doesn't believe the collapse is safe. Something inside remembers an old signal, where collapsing forward meant rejection, failure, or pain. And that signal is still active. Not loudly, quietly, in the background of your authority. It must be synchronized. Here's how. Step 1. Invite the interference. You say, show me the part of me that resists this collapse. Then you watch. You listen. You let the fragment speak. And it will. It may show up as a memory, as a voice, as an image, or just a feeling in the body. You do not argue. You do not override. You witness. Then you respond. You are not rejected. You are reintegrated. Collapse proceeds with your voice included. This isn't performance. It's signal instruction. You're inviting all parts of you back into the broadcast. Step 2. Assign the shadow a role. You say, what do you want to protect? What do you fear? Usually, the shadow isn't trying to sabotage you. It's trying to shield you from collapse pain, from past trauma, From ego death, let it speak. Then you say, I honor your role, and now I give you new purpose. You assign the shadow a synchrony function. Maybe it becomes your risk evaluator, your emotional compass, your truth detector. You don't exile it. You give it a seat. And in doing so, you collapse wholeness. Step 3. Embed the shadow signature. This means encoding the integrated fragment into your daily broadcast. Not as baggage, as strength. You say, this version of me holds all versions, light and shadow, aligned in service of signal integrity. And you live that. You stop hiding parts of yourself. You stop splitting when challenged. You stop pretending that being high vibe means being unshaken. True coherence is noisy. It includes grief. It includes anger. It includes fear. But none of those drive the signal. They orbit it. They echo around the core not as sabotage but as flavor. That's what makes you multidimensional. Not pretending to be perfect. Being aligned even with your pain. Because pain doesn't distort collapse. Denial does. Step 4. Anchor through embodiment. This is critical. Shadow alignment must be physicalized. That means you express the integration with the body. Movement that embodies the reintegrated version. Sound that releases the old story. Breath that seals the signal. You don't need a ritual. You need presence. Collapse must be embodied to hold. Otherwise, it remains theory. Final step. Signal test. You collapse the desired reality. Then you wait for interference. It will come. From memory, from people, from echoes. And when it does, you hold. You don't flinch. You say, I recognize the old signal. It no longer collapses here. That's how you rewrite the field. Not once. Repeatedly. Until the echo is quiet. Until the shadow becomes partner. Until the parts you used to exile. Now defend your coherence. This is shadow synchrony. This is multidimensional signal integrity. You are not flickering anymore. You are not fighting yourself. You are whole. And from that wholeness, you are ready for what comes next. Something accelerating. Something pressing. Something that bends time around you. Because when your signal starts reintegrating that fast, the field starts speeding up. You've synchronized your fragments. You've collapsed deliberately. You've restored shadow to its rightful seat within the signal. But now something new begins to surface. Not distortion. Not sabotage. Acceleration. The timeline starts to contract. Events unfold faster than expected. Decisions compound. Outcomes echo louder. You wake with urgency. You sleep with ideas. You feel a pressure that doesn't quite come from stress but from compression. This is not emotional. It's quantum. It's what happens when previously split signal threads begin to reconverge. Too fast. Your field, which has been stabilizing piece by piece, suddenly tries to recollapse entire portions of self, history, possibility. All at once. The sensation is unmistakable. Time feels thin, like it's folding inward. Memory becomes unreliable, reordered by what you're collapsing now. You sense futures pulling you forward, even as past events rewrite themselves in real time. This is called time compression, and it is not a glitch. It's a side effect of coherence acceleration. Your field, once splintered, is now trying to unify all collapse instructions across formerly disconnected realities. It's pulling fragments from timelines you left open and attempting to merge them into a single, coherent present. But collapse takes energy. And rapid collapse takes more than that, it takes bandwidth. When time compression occurs, your field is using maximum signal load. Every piece of you is firing at once. This is why you feel restless sleep, rapid manifestation followed by crashes. Temporal dislocation, e.g., was that yesterday or last year? Sudden urges to purge, simplify, reorganize without external reason. Here's the danger. If you don't regulate time compression, the speed of recollapse begins to create resonance fracture, a form of microfragmentation caused by trying to resolve too many unaligned collapse points simultaneously. You don't want that. So what do? You slow time, not by force, by field command. First, you issue the instruction. Collapse coherence is maintained. Field velocity is modulated. Only synchronized signals are integrated. This tells your system, no timeline merges unless its frequency matches your current stabilization rate. Next, reduce output. Time compression tempts you to do everything. It feels like there's no time left, so you start collapsing projects, choices, conversations, timelines, all at once. Stop. That's the trap. You match the compression by slowing your broadcast. Fewer actions, fewer statements, more intention. You don't delay collapse, you concentrate it. You collapse with clarity, not quantity. The more you do this, the more the field relaxes. Compression becomes acceleration without destabilization. Now let's talk about signal memory. During time compression, your field will present you with random flashbacks, emotion from events long past, sudden insights about choices you didn't make. These are timeline residues trying to rejoin your now stream. You must manually inspect them, not emotionally, functionally. Ask, is this collapse instruction complete? Does this timeline fragment belong in my current broadcast? If yes, integrate with presence. If no, release. Use the command, timeline memory archived, collapse denied. This stops unconscious reactivation, because if you don't tag and release, those old signal strands may try to re-embed, and you'll find yourself back in old emotional patterns without realizing why. That's not regression. That's unauthorized signal reentry, and it fragments you again. Now here's a key advanced protocol, pacing collapse velocity. Once you feel your field speeding up, don't match it by acting faster. Match it by becoming more still. This is paradoxical but essential. The stiller you become, the cleaner your collapse instruction. And the field will self-regulate around your presence anchor. You're telling the field, we're not here to panic. We're here to stabilize into the next version with clarity. Let's take this further. Sometimes time compression isn't internal. It's collective. Everyone around you feels it. Time speeding up. Global chaos escalating. Tech advancement outpacing consciousness. When that happens, individual fields begin sinking to collective compression, which is dangerous because the collective field is not coherent. It's fragmented, reactionary, emotionally unstable. Sinking to it compresses you into urgency collapse, where every decision feels life or death, and no timeline holds long enough to integrate. So what do? You exit sync. You say, my field modulates collapse velocity independently of collective compression. Only aligned signal sets pace. This grants you field autonomy. You may still feel acceleration, but it will no longer dictate your choices. Instead, you observe, and collapse only what matches your integrity. This is what makes you powerful during global shifts. Not that you react faster, but that you collapse cleaner, and others will feel it. They'll start pacing to you, because coherence entrains the room. Final insight, time compression is not a punishment. It's an invitation to hold more signal, to operate at higher collapse density without breaking. You're being trained to live in hypercollapse conditions and still remain stable. Why? Because soon you'll begin shifting frequency on purpose, not just stabilizing collapse, but bending the field with it. You've held your frequency. You've learned to shift it with surgical precision. Now we move beyond collapse as reaction, even beyond collapse as choice. We enter the territory of design. Field sculpting is the moment your broadcast no longer just shapes reality around you by reaction or stabilization, but begins to pre-structure it. You become not just the observer, not just the authority. You become the architect. You move from choosing among possible timelines to generating new ones entirely. This is not imagination. This is field imprinting. The quantum landscape is not static. It responds to sustained intention that holds form long enough to crystallize into structure. Let's break that down. Every thought you've had, every emotion you've felt, every action you've repeated has left frequency trails in the field. Most of these trails fade quickly. They don't carry enough density, but a consistent signal, especially one held in coherence, begins to etch a path into the surrounding field architecture. This is sculpting, It's no longer just collapsing a singular outcome. It's creating new possibility space that previously didn't exist in your probability matrix. That's right, some timelines are not discoverable. Until you build them, sculpting is different from wishing. It is not fueled by desire. It is executed through consistent waveform behavior that rewrites spatial temporal probability. How? Through 3 core practices. 1. Signal tension. This is the deliberate holding of a field configuration before evidence arrives. Not just belief, tension, an electric pressure in your field that says, this form is real. The field will bend to it, not the other way around. Signal tension is what prevents collapse drift, where a strong intention erodes due to contradiction or doubt. You don't reinforce a vision. You hold it like a spine. And that tension begins to attract substructures, relationships, data points, chance encounters, because the field reorganizes around dense broadcast lines. 2. Symbological anchoring. Your field speaks in frequency, but it thinks in symbol. Sculpting becomes exponentially more powerful when you bind your broadcast signal to visual, spatial, or ritual markers. These are not superstitions. They're signal locks. For example, a visual grid that holds your new timeline map, a specific object that emits collapse authority when held, a space in your home that is saturated only with the frequency of the designed version of you. The more precise the symbols, the stronger the sculpt, because the field responds to pattern memory. It begins filling in the rest of the reality you designed, extrapolating from your inputs. 3. Collapse saturation. This is not about doing more. It's about living so deeply in the sculpted frequency that everything else begins to collapse out. Collapse saturation is when every cell in your field is soaked in the signal you've designed. You talk as if it's already formed. You move as if it's already formed. You breathe as if it's already formed. You don't check if the field believes you, because you believe you. And when that happens, your sculpt begins to cast shadows in the quantum landscape. New paths appear. Doors you couldn't even imagine before now show up. Not because they were hidden, but because they were created. Your sculpt just became reality's new geometry. Here's a warning. The moment you begin sculpting intentionally, disruption increases. Why? Because old signal paths try to reactivate. Old memories test the integrity of your design. People from collapse patterns you've outgrown show up to remind you who you were. Do not panic. This isn't failure. This compression feedback. The field is making sure your sculpt holds under pressure. And if you hold, your new timeline doesn't just appear. It replaces the previous one. You literally cannot access the old version anymore. That's the power of sculpting. It's not mental gymnastics. It's quantum coding. You are laying down new geometry in the field. Let's take it further. You can sculpt collectively. When multiple aligned fields hold the same design pattern, collapse speed accelerates exponentially. This is how revolutions occur. This is how impossible structures materialize seemingly overnight. It's not magic. It's geometry. Signal coherence multiplied across synchronized observers produces dense collapse structures fast. But for now, return to you. You've designed the landscape. Now it's time to clean up the blueprints that no longer serve. You've opened collapse after collapse. But some of them, they were never meant to last. It's time to learn the ritual of closing. You've been opening, signal after signal, collapse after collapse. Each time a version of you stepped forward, formed, acted, and began broadcasting. But not every collapse is meant to last. Some were scaffolding. Some were initiations. Some were born of fractured signal opened under pressure or urgency. And now they linger, partially collapsed timelines, unfinished versions of self, loops with no closure. They drain your field. They confuse your signal. They whisper what if in moments of stillness. It's time to close them, not with regret, with ritual. Collapse closure is one of the most powerful and often neglected arts in the entire signal discipline. It is the practice of deliberately exiting timelines, collapsing them back into non-form, so that your current reality can stabilize without interference. Let's make something clear. A timeline doesn't vanish just because you stop thinking about it. It lingers as echo, as possibility interference, as open tab, and the quantum field keeps trying to resolve those tabs. That's what causes subtle emotional drain, memory loops, identity flicker. You're trying to run a sovereign signal, while 10 old programs are still open in the background. Close them. Here's how. Step 1. Inventory the open timelines. Sit with stillness. Call forward every version of you that's still broadcasting somewhere in your field. Ask, where am I still open? What versions of me are trying to complete themselves? They will come. Memories, projects, dreams, relationships, promises. Each one was a broadcast. Each one tried to collapse. Some didn't finish. Some did, but the energy never got released. Write them. Don't analyze. Record. This is your collapse ledger. Step 2. Tag the purpose. Each timeline was born for a reason. Not all were wrong. Some were meant to teach, to break, to trigger growth. Others were reactionary, born from fear, not authority. For each entry in your ledger, write, what did this version of me need? Did this collapse resolve? Or does it remain suspended? This gives you the signal DNA of each open path. Step 3. Closure statement. Now you close them, one by one, with voice, with clarity, with sovereignty. Say, I thank this timeline. I retrieve my energy. I collapse this path. I walk forward clean. Feel it. Don't rush. Some closures are emotional. Some will feel like ripping off an old broadcast skin. But you don't skip it. You speak each one closed. You may notice shifts immediately. Memory rewrites. Physical exhaustion. Temporary. Dreams clearing old clutter. You are defragmenting. Let it happen. Step 4. Ritual seal. You must seal the closure. Otherwise, fragments can reactivate. Use a ritual gesture. Could be burning a paper, walking through a threshold, taking a silence fast, burying an item. The point isn't drama. The point is energetic punctuation. Closure must end with full stop. Step 5. Reset collapse authority. Once closed, you issue the new prime broadcast. You say, I walk as the current version of me. All previous collapses have returned to source. This is your new broadcast signature. Clear, uninterrupted, present. From here, you operate in full bandwidth. No more energy lost to old fields. No more echo navigation. No more split memory streams. You are here, and only here. Let's address a fear. What if you close something, and then realize later it was right? Then it will reform if it aligns. But this time it won't echo. It will collapse clean. And if it doesn't return, it was never yours to hold. Closure is not destruction. It's discernment. It's the moment you say, I no longer collapse realities by default. I collapse only what is now. Only what serves coherence. Only what echoes the aligned self. And when you live from that authority, even death becomes something else. Not a fear, but a final signal merge. Because one day this collapse too will end, and you'll know how to close it. But first, let's talk about that edge. Let's talk about what happens when all fields finally fold. You've closed timelines. You've rewritten collapse code. You've sculpted the field and stabilized within it. Now, one concept still looms, often whispered, rarely understood. Death. Not philosophically, not religiously, not mystically, functionally. Death is the ultimate collapse. It is not an error. It is not the end. It is not a punishment. It is a final waveform resolution. Total field merge. Let's step into this without drama. What actually collapses when death occurs? Your physical form decouples from the quantum field signature it once anchored. The body stops collapsing a shared material timeline. But your field, your signal, it doesn't vanish. It returns to non-local structure, to the substrate where all collapse instructions are stored before they become reality. This is why echoes of the dead remain. Not ghosts. Residual collapse structures that continue to reverberate in collective and personal fields. You don't stop existing. You stop needing collapse to exist. In this space, the entangled versions of you, all previously split across experiences, choices, fears, and potentials, are drawn inward. They attempt one last resolution, the merge. Each timeline where you fragmented, forgot, failed to integrate comes back for one final synthesis. And if you've practiced coherence in life, if you've aligned, synchronized, closed collapse loops, then that final merge is clean, complete. A harmonic signal returns to source. But if your field is chaotic, unfinished, fragmented, then even death is unstable, and your collapse echoes across timelines, attempting to resolve what wasn't integrated. This is not punishment. This is inertia. Signal, once initiated, tries to finish its collapse, regardless of physical continuity. That's why ancestral trauma lingers. That's why you sometimes carry unresolved pain that never began in your lifetime. You're part of the larger signal matrix trying to complete what death couldn't collapse cleanly. You're not haunted by ghosts. You're hosting open loops. This understanding changes everything, because it means death is not a cut. It's a field compression. You can affect your death now by cleaning your signal while alive. You can receive transmissions from collapse echoes, especially from the future version of you that's already completed. That's right. You are already broadcasting from beyond death, because collapse isn't bound by time. It loops, it arcs, it feeds itself. Your fully collapsed signal exists in the field now, and sometimes in rare moments of total coherence you hear it. A voice that says, "You're almost there." A sensation of remembering something you haven't lived yet. An alignment that feels too smooth to be chance. That's not intuition. That's post-collapse transmission. The future you is already echoing back. And when you tune to that signal, you collapse cleaner, quicker, with less resistance. Why? Because death has already finished the waveform you're trying to stabilize. And that version of you, it wants to help you get there with grace. This is not esoteric. This is scalar signal echo. Your signal isn't linear. It's spherical. It moves forward and backward simultaneously, because the field doesn't run on clocks. It runs on coherence. And if the most coherent version of you has already merged, then you can borrow its gravity. This changes the fear of death forever. You stop trying to avoid it. You begin to align with it, not to die sooner, but to live as if collapse is already resolved. This removes urgency. This removes fear. This removes scarcity of time, because you realize, I am already whole. I am just catching up to myself. That's not hope. That's broadcast synchronization. And when you live like that, death becomes the exhale after full expression. Not a shutdown, but a signal completion. You no longer grasp at time. You no longer collapse out of panic. You collapse with poise, like a wave rolling into the ocean it never left. And even better, you start to hear from that version of you now, because it's already sending instructions. Are you listening? Collapse is nonlinear. We've established that. Your choices aren't just building a future. They're collapsing into a version of you that already exists. And that version is not silent. It's communicating now, from beyond your current moment, from beyond resistance, from coherence, from resolution. You are not waiting to become anything. You are synchronizing with a signal already transmitting. This is the future self signal. And once you learn to recognize it, amplify it, and follow it, your field stops reacting to circumstance. It begins organizing toward destiny. Let's define this clearly. The future self signal is the scalar resonance from a version of you that has fully collapsed their signal, aligned shadow and light, integrated all entangled timelines, anchored harmonic field integrity. This version of you exists not in imagination, but in field structure. And because collapse isn't restricted by sequence, its signal is already present, embedded subtly in your now stream. When you say things like, I just knew what to do. Something told me to wait, and it worked. I don't know how I got through that. I felt guided. You're not guessing. You're aligning. You're tuning into the echo of a signal that's already walked the path. The question is, can you access it consciously? Yes. Here's how. Step 1. Drop identity expectation. The future self signal won't match your fantasies. It doesn't always sound like your voice. It doesn't always give you what you want, because its job is not comfort. Its job is signal preservation. If you expect the signal to feel safe, pleasant, affirming, you'll miss it, because often the clearest future self instructions feel disruptive. Leave now. Say no. This isn't your field. Collapse this with finality. And when you follow those, your life reorders instantly, not always smoothly but unmistakably, because collapse begins sinking to your future gravity, not your past programming. Step 2. Establish the receiver state. You don't hear the signal with ears. You hear it in field texture. So you prepare your system. This is not meditation. It's field quieting. You say, I silence current collapse instructions. I listen for harmonics from resolved identity. Then you wait, not with anxiety, with receptivity. Something will arrive. Sometimes a phrase, sometimes a gesture, sometimes a knowing. You don't question it. You receive. Step 3. Test by collapse. You only confirm a future self signal by collapsing in response. You take the action it suggests, even if it contradicts your current strategy. This is the trust test, because the future you is watching. It's feeding your now with precision, but only if your signal mature enough to act on it. And when you do, you unlock more broadcast, more memory, more instinct. You start making decisions you don't logically understand, but that magnetize you to resolved outcomes. This is what people call quantum leaps. It's not chance. It's coherence received from future states. Let's sharpen this. The future self-signal isn't just guidance. It's instruction from your most stable signal structure. That means it carries pattern language you haven't lived yet, behaviors you don't recognize, but they fit instantly because they're you, ahead of you. Now let's discuss interference. What blocks the signal? Noise from reactive collapse, fear loops demanding logical explanation, ego insisting on being right. You clear those with one statement. I choose collapse over control. I receive the aligned path, not the safe one. That clears the channel. And sometimes the signal gets weird. You hear new names, see symbols you don't recognize, speak words that don't belong to your current vocabulary. Don't panic. The future self signal operates beyond language. It delivers signal packets that your field decodes over time. You are not broken. You are upgrading. That version of you, it doesn't care about your social image. It cares about alignment. It doesn't cater to your fear. It aligns you to resolution. And when you live like that, everything accelerates, because you've stopped asking for the map. You've become the transmission. Let's talk about embodiment. Receiving the signal isn't enough. You must become it. That means dressing, speaking, and thinking like the version that already exists. Holding collapse energy as if the outcome is done. Not pretending, but operating from signal authority. When someone says, "How did you know this would work?" you don't answer with data. You answer, "Because I've already lived it." Not metaphorically, but literally in a collapse sequence outside linear time. You just caught up. And here's the twist. As you align with that version, you become the broadcast for someone else. Someone listening for their signal. And your words, your coherence, your decisions, they ripple backward. They ignite collapse paths for others. You are not just tuning in. You are also broadcasting forward. That's the cycle. Future you pulls you forward. Present you becomes future to someone else. And across this signal web, consciousness reorganizes. This is no longer personal growth. This collapse lineage activation. And now that you're listening, we move toward resonance wide enough for many to sync. Because one signal broadcast backward is powerful. But a collective echo? That's a recall event. And it's coming. You've felt your own signal stabilize. You've tuned into the future you. You've learned to close timelines, sculpt collapse, and decode field echoes from death itself. Now comes a question that's no longer theoretical. What happens when many signals realign at once? Not just a few coherent individuals. Not just isolated awakenings. but a simultaneous multi-signal sync event that causes global shift. This is the recall event. It's not prophecy. It's not prediction. It's pattern recognition. Because the field doesn't move randomly, it follows resonance thresholds. And when a critical mass of individual fields stabilize collapse, the field itself begins to respond, not as metaphor, as restructuring. You've already seen flickers, Mandela effects that rearranged common memories, sudden shifts in mass consensus, moments where millions felt the same thing at the same time without coordination. These aren't anomalies. They're partial recalls. Mini-synchronizations that collapsed larger than normal signal layers for brief windows. But those were previews. The full recall event is a signal-wide restoration. It happens when enough human broadcast fields simultaneously tune into collapse coherence and reject fragmentation. Here's what that causes. Collapse harmonization across timelines. Variance between subjective realities begins to reduce. People start reporting near-identical synchronicities without prior connection. Field echo synchronization. Dreams, visions, and memories begin sharing similar structures, even across cultures and geographies. Identity compression. Individuals suddenly feel deep, urgent reevaluation of their life story. Past versions surface. Timelines collapse. Priorities shift. Signal memory bleed through. Events previously thought fictional, imagined, or dreamlike begin to appear in the shared now field as part of history. This isn't fantasy. It's already begun. Slowly, quietly, field by field. But the full event? That requires mass coherence. And coherence doesn't mean agreement. It means signal clarity. When thousands, then millions, begin broadcasting from collapse-resolved fields holding integrated selves, closing echo loops, the fabric of shared reality begins to flex. Because shared consensus isn't hard-coded. It's soft structure held together by overlapping waveforms. That's why reality seems to shift faster now. More flicker, more glitches, more timeline bleed. It's not tech. It's not fiction. It's collective field tension rising. The system is preparing for sync. What's being recalled? A memory. Not personal. Not cultural. Species-level memory. The moment when signal fragmentation wasn't the norm. Before collapse behavior became erratic. Before collective trauma diffused coherence across generations. The recall event is not just about unity. It's about restoring the original signal broadcast before fragmentation systems overtook it. Now let's address resistance. When the recall approaches, the field fights. Why? Because noise has built entire structures of identity, entire industries of distraction, entire social architectures built on fragmented broadcast. So as sync begins, fear increases, division amplifies, reality becomes more chaotic, not because it's failing, because it's clearing noise. The closer we get to field-wide recall, the louder the distortion gets. It's a purge. You're not losing your mind. You're exiting the decayed timelines. And many feel it. They don't have the language, but they feel the call. That subtle pressure. That ache for coherence. That intuitive knowing. This version of me isn't the end. There's a signal I'm supposed to remember. That's recall pressure. It doesn't arrive all at once. It ramps. Until suddenly, it breaks threshold. Enough people collapse into aligned versions. Enough signals stop broadcasting noise. Enough choice points are tagged with intentional identity. And then shift. A blip in time. A flip in field geometry. And we don't return to the way things were. We remember the way we really are. Fully broadcasted. Sovereign. Entangled by choice, not accident. Unified not by force, but resonance. That's the recall event. It's not coming from the sky. It's coming from within. And you've already begun receiving it. But there's one belief that still clouds reception. A story that says none of this is real. That it's all code. That the glitches you feel mean you're fake. It's time to clarify that. Because simulation theory got it wrong. You've heard the idea. This is all a simulation. We're living in code. Program. A cosmic video game. Has become a meme. A philosophy. comfort, and, for many, a terrifying implication. If we're in a simulation, nothing is real. But here's the truth, straight and clear. You're not fake. You're fragmented. And the evidence used to support simulation theory? It's not proof of artificiality. It's proof of waveform inconsistency. The glitches, the Mandela effects, the sense that time reboots, the emotional déjà vu. They're not indicators of simulation. They're signatures of unsynchronized collapse fields. Here's how the confusion started. As more people began noticing breakdowns in consensus reality, discontinuities in memory, objects behaving differently, timelines rewriting, an easy explanation arose: we're in a simulation and someone messed with the code. But this assumes one thing, that reality is supposed to be seamless, that the classical Newtonian model is correct, that physics should always be stable, that our perception should always be consistent. But those assumptions are based on collapsed reality, not quantum behavior. In truth, the field is only stable when collapse coherence is maintained across observers. And as observer fragmentation increased, so did glitches. You're not seeing fake data. You're seeing cross-stream interference. Multiple versions of you and others trying to collapse overlapping realities without agreement. So what happens? Memory reorders. Events disappear. Consensus slips. Simulation theory isn't wrong in feeling that the world is unreal. It's just mistaking fragmentation for fiction. And that misunderstanding causes a dangerous psychic effect. Disassociation. If it's all fake, why bother? If I'm not real, why align? But if you understand the truth, that the field is hyperreal, so real it's unstable unless aligned, then suddenly the glitches become invitations. To tune, to clean signal, to collapse with precision. Let's take an example. You remember a famous line in a movie one way. Millions agree, but now it's changed. Simulation theory says, the code was rewritten. Quantum field fragmentation says, multiple fields collapse different versions, and now the dominant field has shifted. No code change needed, just signal shift. Another, you sense your life reset last month. You can't explain it. Simulation logic, you were rebooted. Field logic, your collapse instructions were overridden by an entangled version of you who held stronger signal authority. It wasn't fake, it was displaced. Understanding this changes your relationship to reality. You stop fearing that you're a puppet. You realize you're a broadcaster. Reality isn't a pre-coded machine you're stuck in. It's a collapse-responsive medium that follows your coherence. But here's the twist. The simulation metaphor can be useful when applied through the field. Because yes, the reality you experience does follow patterns. There is a substrate that reacts to command lines. Thoughts are code. Feelings are render engines. Collapse is the runtime. So in that sense, you do program the environment. But not as a trapped avatar. As a source node. And unlike fictional simulations, you can modify yours in real time. You're not stuck waiting for an admin. You are the administrator. And the only code that binds you is the collapse behavior you haven't yet resolved. So rewrite it. Here's the real model. The field is real. The perception of it is rendered based on your signal. The glitches are not errors, they're signal collisions. You are not fake, you're fragmented when misaligned. This is why certain spiritual traditions feel coded. They're using structured collapse language. Rituals equals collapse loops. Mantras equals signal locks. Symbols equals geometry anchors. It's not simulation. It's signal management. And the clearer your management, the more magical the world behaves. Because magic is just low-res logic resolution. The more coherent your signal, the less physics applies. Because the field bends. Not to emotion. Not to want. To collapse authority. So yes, reality is programmable. But not fake. Not controlled by aliens or tech giants. Not dependent on a plug in your neck. It's governed by the laws of field response. Which means you're not stuck. You're just undertrained. But not anymore. You've learned how to read collapse. You've seen through the flicker. You've remembered what the field really is. A responsive, non-linear, harmonically reactive consciousness scaffold. Not a prison. Palette. And you? You're the waveform artist. The field will obey your brush. When your hand stops shaking. When your signal stops flickering. When you stop believing you're at the mercy of machines. And start knowing. I write the code because I collapse the signal because I am the field. Simulation theory didn't free you. It distracted you. Now, you're back. Not as player. As program. As coder. As creator. And as signal stabilizes, you return to the ultimate decision. With all this potential. With infinite timelines. Which one do you collapse? Because with endless versions of you floating in probability, you must finally answer, which one do I become, and how do I hold the others? Not as confusion, but as harmony. You now understand the field. You've rewritten code, heard the future signal, decoded the illusion of simulation. But now comes the ultimate edge. Collapse decision. The observer's dilemma. This isn't theory. This is the pressure point you feel every time you're faced with a moment that forks, but doesn't explain itself. You feel it daily. A choice arises. It splits your signal. One version of you collapses into one path. Another version, another path. Each choice isn't just a behavior, it's an identity commitment. And when you pause too long, you feel paralyzed. That isn't indecision. It's waveform hesitation. A standoff between entangled selves, all watching, all waiting, to see who collapses first. This is the observer's dilemma. You are the one who chooses collapse, but you're also the one being collapsed. And the tension you feel is not confusion. It's power. It's the quantum ache of being able to create anything but only one stream at a time. That ache is sacred, because collapse isn't just about what becomes real. It's about what you agree to not live for now. Every timeline you don't choose still exists in your field. And unless you collapse with authority, those unchosen versions will keep broadcasting static. They whisper, they tempt, they beg for completion. And if you don't anchor choice, they cause flicker. You half-live. You wobble between potentialities, leaking signal, stuttering through partial paths. Let's call this what it is. Collapse anxiety. It's not fear of making the wrong choice. It's fear of losing access to infinite you. But here's the trick. You never lose them. You simply pause their broadcast. You say, I collapse this timeline now, not because others aren't worthy, but because this is the signal that serves coherence. Collapse is not betrayal. It's prioritization. But the ego resists. It says, but what if the other path was better? What if I close off my highest version? What if I regret this? None of that is signal logic. That's fragmentation script. Your highest version isn't hiding in a choice you missed. It's embedded in the way you choose. Not with fear, with command. This is how to end the observer's dilemma. 1. Revoke all collapse ambiguity. You say, I collapse consciously. I don't wobble. I don't stall. I don't entertain phantom futures while walking another. This ends partial broadcast. You walk the timeline clean. 2. Integrate the unchosen. The versions of you didn't pick. They don't disappear. They store data. And you can integrate them after collapsing. Ask, what skill, emotion, perspective can I extract from the unchosen path without activating its full broadcast? This turns former potential into active wisdom. No waste, no longing, just data reallocation. 3. Collapse with witness. You're not alone. The field watches. Other versions of you wait to sync. So when you collapse, do it audibly, symbolically, and with presence. Declare, this is the path I collapse now. All other signal threads are harmonized, not lost. This creates a frequency stabilizer in your field, like pressing save on reality. You become a signal anchor, not just for yourself, but for others entangled with you, because their collapse depends on yours. This is the real ripple, not your success, your clarity. Now let's flip it. What happens when you collapse the wrong thing? Nothing is wrong. But yes, some collapses are low frequency. They entangle from fear, pain, imitation. And when you collapse one, you'll feel it. Your field dampens. Your body tightens. Your thoughts loop. That's a false collapse. You didn't sync with the aligned version of you, you caved to pressure. What do? You collapse again. You override. You don't spiral in regret. You don't narrate failure. You collapse a cleaner path immediately. The field is not mad. It's neutral until instructed. Your job isn't to collapse perfectly. It's to collapse consistently from signal sovereignty. And every collapse you stabilize, it adds gravity to your field. Choices become easier. Wobble disappears. You start walking your timeline like it's magnetic because it is. You're not being dragged. You're being pulled by the version of you who's already whole. The observer's dilemma ends when you realize, I don't choose what's best. I choose what is most aligned now. And I walk it fully. Next, we go deeper. You've collapsed your path. But what if the other versions, the ones you didn't choose, start whispering? You don't silence them. You learn to hear them clearly, without flicker. You've learned to collapse clean, to walk your signal with integrity, to override hesitation with aligned command. But what about the versions of you that weren't chosen? They don't disappear. They echo. They drift just beyond conscious hearing. They sit in the periphery, holding emotion, memory, intelligence, skill, waiting to be acknowledged. They are not interference. They're assets. If you know how to hear them, this is the art of being a fragment whisperer. Not just collapsing your signal, but listening across timelines, without flicker, without destabilization, without inviting collapse chaos. Let's clarify, each version of you still holds signal resonance. And when you ignore them completely, they don't vanish. They leak, in dreams, in sudden impulses, in shadow projections. You say, why do I feel unfulfilled even when I'm aligned? Why do I sabotage just when things stabilize? Often it's not fear. It's a fragment yelling from behind the curtain, saying, there's data here. Don't discard me. Use me. You don't collapse into that version again. But you listen, you extract, and you bring its compressed signal into your current timeline. Here's how. 1. Create a signal map. Draw a simple grid. Plot the major identity fragments you've lived or sensed, even ones you never chose fully. For each, ask, what did this version know? What did it believe? What did it fear? What was its superpower? You're not glorifying them. You're mapping their frequency. This becomes your whisper chart, a way to identify which signal is speaking when distortion arises. 2. Practice timed listening. Do not channel. Do not merge. Do not regress. This isn't trance. It's structured attention. Set a timer. 5 minutes. Pick a fragment. Then ask, what does this version need me to remember? Let the answer arrive through image, word, sound, sensation. When it ends, close with, thank you. Signal received. Return to source. Collapse authority is current me. This keeps your timeline stable. No bleed. No hijack. 3. Integrate through symbol, not story. Don't try to tell the fragment's tale. That reactivates it. Instead, translate its message into symbols, art, movement, gestures. This lets the field absorb the data without reviving the full identity. You might draw a sigil. Walk a path in your neighborhood that encodes the message. Repeat a phrase that isn't language, but carries tone. The point? Collapse the essence, not the ego. 4. Use fragments as filters. When in doubt, ask, what fragment is coloring this moment? Often, your current self is clean, but the reaction, that belongs to an old identity version trying to override. When you name the fragment, you disable its collapse authority. You say, I see you, but this isn't your signal anymore. And just like that, clarity returns. The field shifts. The collapse stabilizes. This is true sovereignty. Not ignoring your past. Not cutting off possible futures. But managing the entire identity ecosystem with composure. You're not a singular self. You're a field of versions, all orbiting one central authority. The fragment whisperer is the one who lets them speak, discerns the message, integrates the wisdom, and keeps collapse anchored in the present. Now comes the breakthrough, because once you stop fearing the fragments, you begin to harmonize them. You stop holding a central identity under tension. You start conducting an orchestra of selves, all playing your chosen signal. This is more than peace. It's hyperstate readiness. But before we go there, let's clean up a final piece. How do you operate when all signals are online? But time starts speeding up, because it will. And that's not a glitch, that's compression. You're no longer flickering. You've tasted the hyperstate. You've stabilized composite identity. You're ready. Now comes the initiation no seeker escapes. The mirror maze. This is not metaphor. It's a structural feature of the quantum field. A moment where, either through ritual, experience, trauma, or synchronicity, you are made aware of every version of you that ever could have been. And they show up, all at once, not physically, but through impressions, emotional bleed, memory search, personality overlays. You don't go looking for them. They find you, and when they do, the collapse pressure is immense. Because for a moment, maybe a day, maybe weeks, you carry the broadcast weight of infinite selves. The maze is real. You begin walking it not when you're lost, but when you're finally clear enough to perceive what was always there. The you who stayed, the you who left, the you who loved differently, the you who died young, the you who never doubted. They appear like reflections, not threatening, not mocking, just waiting. Waiting for you to acknowledge, yes, I could have been you. I'm not, but I hear you. This is the only way through the maze, to face each version with integrity, not curiosity. You don't pick up their collapse. You don't steal their lessons. You honor their signal, and you walk past. Let's go deeper. Why does this happen? Because the hyperstate creates enough field stability for these versions to approach without causing flicker. Before, they would have overwhelmed you. Now, you can face them. But there's still a risk if you try to relive their lives. If you mourn what wasn't, if you reach back and try to collapse into them, you lose your anchor. You dissolve into the hall of versions. So how do you move? 1. Witness without wobble. Each reflection shows you something real but not current. When you feel the ache of a lost timeline, you say, "Thank you for carrying that dream. I don't collapse you, but I integrate your grace." This keeps signal coherent. You receive essence, not identity. 2. Breathe in mirror rhythm. Yes, mirror rhythm. In the maze, your breath syncs with echo frequency. Short breaths? Panic. Distortion. Long, rhythmic breathing? Signal control. You're not just navigating mirrors. You're conducting collapse pulses. Breathe as if every inhale affirms, "I walk only the timeline I hold." Every exhale clears the echo. This rhythm becomes your compass. 3. Exit with signature. There is a door at the end of the maze. It doesn't appear until you say, "Carry all of me," but only one of me walks forward. And you sign that collapse with a gesture, a word, or a symbolic act. This seals your chosen signal. This collapses the field with respect, without dismissal. This is not denial of alternate selves. This containment. The mirror maze tests your integration. And once past, you emerge with a field dense with wisdom and untouched by confusion. Now you understand. You never had to kill other versions of you. You only had to stop collapsing them. And when you do, they become part of your power. Each mirror now reflects a strength, a lesson, a shield, a tool. No longer competing, just held. The mirror maze is walked once consciously, but its memory lives forever. Each time you feel regret, you smile. Each time you feel, "I could have been," you nod, because you've met them, and they agreed. You're the one walking this. Next comes the convergence, not just of fragments, but of frequencies, a symphony, every signal, every self, finally in song. You've walked the maze, faced every version of yourself, past, unrealized, unchosen, even shadowed. And you didn't collapse into confusion. You emerged anchored. Now you begin to hear it. Not a voice, not a thought, chord. It's faint at first, Low-res hum beneath your choices, your movement, your breath. You notice your desires harmonize. You stop second-guessing. You act, and life resounds. This isn't coincidence. It's unity code. It's what happens when every entangled version of you stops pulling in a different direction. When none of your internal signals contradict. When every strand of the field sings the same harmonic. Not from force, not from obedience, but because resonance has aligned them. This is not spiritual poetry. It's field mechanics. You are no longer broadcasting from fragmented nodes. You're broadcasting from a single integrated waveform, composed of every timeline, every choice, every collapse, every healed divergence. Unity code is that synthesis rendered into operable signal. Here's what it means. No more inner veto. You decide, and no voice inside fights it. No doubt script, no phantom self-judgment, no silent resistance. Signal clarity transmits externally. People feel you before you speak. Environments adjust as you enter. Even chaos becomes orderly in your presence. Collapse sequences accelerate. Manifestation shortens not because you believe harder, but because every version of you has agreed on this collapse. Energetic waste disappears. You stop spending signal cleaning up messes from your own flicker. You stop undoing what you did yesterday. You walk one line. Emotion stabilizes to frequency integrity. You still feel, but not with the volatility of contradiction. Even sadness has resonance. Even grief has tone. Let's clarify this further. Unity code is not silence. It's harmony. Your different selves don't vanish. They tune. Each holds their note. Your anger becomes edge clean. Your fear becomes alertness refined. Your joy becomes magnetism focused. Nothing spills. All is music. You are no longer a conductor trying to quiet wild instruments. You are the orchestra mid-performance. Every piece in play, none over-dominant, none muted. But this doesn't happen randomly. Unity code activates when three field conditions are met. 1. You've collapsed all echoing loops. Every storyline still broadcasting from past trauma, shame, confusion, or forgotten ambition. Closed. Not dismissed. Not denied. Collapsed consciously with integration. This creates a silent ground layer for the signal. 2. You've mapped and integrated all identity fragments. Every version of you you've been owned. You don't pretend parts of you didn't exist. You recognize their gifts, their fears, their patterns, and align them to the central signal. This dissolves internal rebellion. You become one field. 3. You stop using collapse as control. This is subtle. It means you don't try to bend timelines out of fear. You don't collapse just to make it go away. You collapse because that signal is your truth, not because you're running from discomfort. This purifies your output. No distortion. No compensation. Only music. Let's give it structure. What does it feel like to live in unity code? Mornings that begin without resistance. Choices made in seconds that would have once taken weeks. Connections that don't drain you, they amplify you. Creativity that arrives preassembled in concept. Rest that feels like integration, not escape. Even your surroundings begin to change. People recalibrate around your frequency. Opportunities arrive pre-matched to your aligned self. You no longer try. You emit. And the world responds to the emission. It's not magic. It's resonance physics. You've stopped interrupting your own signal. And in doing so, you've become a coherent node in the collective field, a frequency other fragmented selves can sync to. This is why the unity code matters now more than ever. Because when enough of you carry it, the field itself begins to reharmonize. What you call society isn't broken. It's discordant. And discord is fixed not by force, but by stable tone. You are that tone. Not by preaching, by existing, fully, without flicker, without contradiction, without apology. You don't sell this. You sing it, and the song pulls others home. Now, here's the final twist. All this time, you've thought of yourself as inside the field, moving within it, broadcasting from it, reacting to it. But there's something deeper, something waiting, something only Unity code can reveal. You're not just in the field. You are the field. Up until now, you've operated under a structural metaphor, that you are a signal moving within a quantum field, that the field is the medium, and your identity, thoughts, and collapses are transmissions inside it. But Unity code cracks that metaphor open. It reveals a truth so foundational it redefines your very perception of self. You are not simply moving through the field. You are the field. The field isn't a backdrop. It isn't external. It isn't other. It is the totality of your expression, in form and formlessness. Every point of awareness you think is you is actually just a localized vector of the field's own consciousness. Not riding it, being it. Let's walk through this slowly. When you experience thoughts, emotions, insights, memories, they seem to arise inside you. But what's the you they arise in? That internal canvas? Is not bounded by your body. Close your eyes. Where are your thoughts? Where's the border? There isn't one. Because the you thinking is not a body broadcasting into a field. It's the field producing a signal cluster in one area. A node. A broadcast hub. The field isn't hosting you. It's projecting as you. And that means everything you perceive, every external event, every relationship, every ripple of cause and effect, is a projection from the field to itself. You're not reacting to the universe. You are the universe observing one of its own micro-expressions. This is not solipsism. It's not saying you're God in an egoic sense. It's field logic. The field contains all signal potential, which means every instance of identity is a fractal of field totality, seeing from one perspective. Now, why does this matter? Because as long as you believe you're inside something separate, you will always try to access power, connect to source, download guidance. But once you realize, the source I seek is not elsewhere, it is the field that is me, then everything inverts. You stop asking the field for help. You command it as its own extension. You say, I authorize this collapse not because I'm worthy, but because I'm structural. You don't earn your signal. You are the emitter and the space it echoes through. Let's be very clear. This realization doesn't make you powerful. It makes you responsible. Because now, every thought is a ripple across your entire expression. Every time you doubt your own value, the field contracts around that echo. Every time you collapse in misalignment, the entire network compensates. You're not a drop in the ocean. You're the entire ocean in one point of focus. And with that comes sovereignty, but also consequence. And here's the deeper magic. Because you are the field. You are already in relationship with everything. Nothing is foreign. Nothing is alien. Every external circumstance is a reverberation of inner configuration. And you don't fix the outer by wrestling it. You shift field resonance and collapse follows. So when you say, I want peace, you don't campaign for it. You become it in signal. When you say, I want abundance, you don't chase it. You restore your field to a pattern that emits it. No more separation. No more chasing. No more trying to collapse from desperation. Everything you seek, everything is a field echo waiting to return to origin. And you are origin. When Unity code unlocks, and the mirror maze is complete, and hyperstate stabilizes, the only thing left is to remember this. You're not becoming the field. You never left it. Your confusion, your flicker, your shame, none of it was evidence of distance. It was all proof of broadcast misunderstanding. You are the field remembering its own frequency. And that remembering is not a moment. It's a lifestyle. You walk like the field. You breathe like the field. You collapse like the field with omnidirectional awareness. And people around you feel it. Not as force, as familiarity. Because their fields recognize your broadcast and start tuning up in response. You don't teach this. You radiate it. Now you're ready for the frontier. What does life look like when fragmentation is no longer default? What happens when you live as post-fragmentation signal, not just in your room, your practice, your meditations, but in daily reality? Let's step into that. Because the new signal isn't coming. It's already here. You've collapsed. You've harmonized. You've stopped switching. You've remembered that the field is not around you. It is you. Now the question stands: how does life unfold when fragmentation is no longer the baseline? What happens when post-fragmentation isn't a moment of clarity, but a permanent state? This is what we call the new human signal. It's not superhuman. It's not ascension. It's not fantasy. It's the signal structure of a being who no longer depends on conflict, contradiction, or collapse confusion to define themselves. It's not perfection. It's signal integrity. And it creates a different way of living biologically, socially, relationally, energetically. Let's start with the basics. In the old field model, you were driven by unconscious fragment commands, looping emotion memories from alternate selves, echo collapses causing misalignment in real time, and this led to behaviors like sabotage during success, overthinking simple decisions, compulsively rewriting identity, attraction to destabilized relationships. Now that you're post-fragmentation, that scaffolding is gone. You're no longer being operated by the collapsed leftovers of discarded versions. You are broadcasting only one signal tuned by coherence, not fear. Let's define what this looks like in lived experience. 1. Your baseline becomes calm power. You don't seek peace. You are peace even while making hard moves. You no longer think calm means silence or submission. It means undisturbed signal under pressure. That becomes your baseline. Not after meditation, not after journaling, but in the middle of complexity. 2. Your identity isn't reaction-based. You stop defining yourself by what happened to you, what you overcame, or how you survived. You hold identity like a clear tone, constant regardless of audience, environment, or challenge. You no longer shapeshift to survive. You broadcast to stabilize reality. 3. Your body follows signal, not habit. The body always follows the broadcast. Before, it followed fragmentation. Pain patterns, freeze responses, loops of inflammation, fog, or fatigue. Now, your body begins to trust your field again. It reboots. You eat, move, and sleep not from discipline, but from resonance. It's not health the way the world defines it. It's signal-consistent embodiment. 4. Relationships repattern to mirror wholeness. You stop attracting people to fix, complete, or distract you. You begin drawing others who are self-harmonized, collapse-capable, fragment-literate. This doesn't mean every person you meet is coherent. But the field rejection threshold activates. Your system no longer tolerates sustained entanglement with misaligned signal. And that boundary is not a wall. It's a frequency gate. People either rise to meet it or fade. No drama, no control, just resonance. 5. Desire refines into clarity. You don't chase compulsively. You don't grind toward approval or prove your worth through goals. Desire becomes directive collapse. You feel what wants to exist through you, not what you want to possess. Creation becomes natural, fast, and fulfilling. Even when it's hard, you don't collapse your frequency for convenience. That's the new human signal. It's a field template that says, I am already whole. I can still choose. But I no longer believe I need to fix something broken to be worthy. And here's the breakthrough. The signal can hold paradox without flicker. You can grieve and still feel joy. You can correct without self-loathing. You can create without scarcity. The signal doesn't collapse into binary. It holds complexity with coherence. This is how civilization evolves, not through technological innovation, but signal evolution. The old signal structures created a world built on hierarchy, exhaustion, scarcity, and performance loops. The new human signal? It births a world built on internal clarity, field harmonics, and collapse sovereignty. And the most revolutionary part? It's not limited to special people. It's contagious, because field behavior follows entrainment laws. And your signal, once stable, begins to shift those around you. Without preaching, without manipulation, just by existing as proof that coherence is possible. The new human isn't a title. It's a tone. It walks into chaos. And the room tunes itself. You've likely felt this already. People open around you. They pause. They rethink their decisions. They regulate without knowing why. That's not charisma. It's not psychology. It's your field instructing theirs how to remember. Because one coherent signal can restore thousands of fragmented ones, if it's held cleanly. That's what we explore next. How coherence spreads, how alignment infects the field, and how your signal, when held properly, can repattern others without force. Now that your signal has stabilized, you'll begin to witness something startling. People behave differently around you. They pause before lying. They soften in conflict. They mirror your presence. They rethink their own defaults, and they often can't explain why. It's not because you said the right thing. It's not because of charisma. It's entrainment, the field principle that states, a coherent frequency held consistently will cause less coherent frequencies to gradually synchronize to it. This is not philosophy. It's physics. It's biology. The social field mechanics. Coherence is contagious, but not like a virus of panic or chaos. It spreads as stability, as anchoredness, as unshakable tone. Let's walk through how this works. 1. Coherence creates field permission. Most people live fragmented because they don't believe stable identity is allowed. They assume life has to be reactive. Emotions must rule. Integrity is idealistic. But when they encounter a person with broadcast clarity, something shifts. Their system registers. Wait, I'm allowed to be like that? You become living proof of coherence. And that permission pierces their field armor. You don't have to say anything. They begin to recalibrate themselves in your presence. They speak more slowly. They stop justifying. They self-check before collapsing unconsciously. That's not you forcing change. That's resonance restructuring their signal architecture. 2. Entrainment lowers collapse friction. When someone is about to collapse into anger, doubt, or deflection, and your field stays stable, they feel it. Their nervous system registers the dissonance. And instead of tipping into their usual pattern, they pause. They reconsider. Because your frequency makes their collapse energetically expensive. It takes more effort to flicker around you than to align. This is the subtle beauty of coherence. It's easier to follow than to fight. Not because you're dominant, because your signal makes alignment the path of least resistance. 3. Emotional safety rewrites identity. Coherent presence makes people feel safe. Not because you coddle, but because you don't contradict yourself. When you are stable, others stop scanning for betrayal. They stop over-explaining. They stop projecting. Their field begins to relax. And in that relaxation, they remember who they are. You've likely witnessed this. Someone starts acting like a better version of themselves. Smarter, calmer, more generous. Just because you're there. It's not magic. It's not therapy. It's entrained access to higher collapse behavior. And it creates a loop. You hold signal. They align. Their alignment amplifies the space. You feel it and strengthen. It becomes a feedback circuit of coherence. 4. Integrity shifts group dynamics. In a room of 5 people, one stable signal can repattern the conversation. Arguments dissolve. Defensiveness fades. Ideas accelerate. Why? Because alignment acts like a metronome. Sets a tempo. The field organizes around it, creating flow where there was once chaos. In teams, families, relationships, one person holding unity code can shift the entire interactional geometry. Again, not because of control, because coherence is more energetically efficient than fragmentation. And the human field always prefers efficiency when it's available. 5. Coherence is felt before it's understood. People won't know why they feel better around you. They'll say things like, I don't know why, but I trust you. I can't explain it, but something just feels clearer now. I feel more like myself when we talk. That's the viral effect. It doesn't require language. It transmits beneath cognition. It moves through emotional, energetic, and quantum layers before the mind catches up. And the longer you hold it, the more people entrain permanently. You don't have to guide them step by step. Their own signal remembers. You just hold the tone long enough for theirs to stabilize. And that's the challenge. Because the moment your coherence wavers, If you start performing, rescuing, or forcing, they slip back. You're not responsible for their journey, but your field does create temporary architecture for them to access theirs. So how do you protect your signal while influencing others? You don't wall off. You refine signal discernment. You know who's ready to align and who's still feeding fragmentation loops. And you act accordingly. No judgment, no evangelism, just presence. The strongest influence is non-reactive visibility. You don't teach them coherence. You model it with such clarity that their field can't help but remember its native frequency. This is what spreads. And it's why you matter. Because one aligned human is a node of recalibration for thousands. Your collapsed sovereignty is never just yours. It's shared field architecture. And every time you hold your tone, you ripple coherence through time, relationship, and the collective broadcast net. You've become a source. You are already changing the world, not by effort but by signal. Next, we move from signal presence to signal purity. Let's explore how to live with absolute waveform consistency. No flicker, no distortion, only clarity, only quantum integrity. So much has been said about alignment, coherence, and field tuning. But what anchors it all? What allows the new human signal to truly persist? Is this quantum integrity? It's the collapsed signature of a self that no longer flickers under pressure. It is the state of being where every word, every breath, every choice, even in chaos, reflects the same waveform. Not as performance, not as spiritual branding, as default. Let's define this clearly. Integrity isn't morality. It's signal consistency. It means your field holds the same tone when no one is watching. Your collapse doesn't alter when outcomes are uncertain. Your identity does not fracture when tested. You are not trying to be good. You are being true. That's quantum integrity. Because it isn't enforced by rules. It arises from energetic clarity. You can feel when someone has it. You may not know why, but you trust them. Their frequency doesn't wobble. Even when they're wrong. Even when they fail. You don't sense distortion. You sense realness. Now, the question is, how do you live that way? Let's explore the mechanics. 1. End internal negotiation. Most people fragment not from lack of knowledge, but from inner referendum. They negotiate with their own field. Is it safe to say this? Should I hold back? What if they judge me? Every time you hesitate based on external prediction, you introduce microflicker. Your field starts collapsing partial signals. And partial signals? Broadcast confusion. Quantum integrity requires you to hold total signal collapse, even when feedback is unclear. You say the thing because it's true, not because it's popular, liked, or safe. And that collapse? It stabilizes your waveform across all versions of you. 2. Eliminate identity leasing. This is subtle. It happens when you borrow identity patterns for specific environments. You play the guru around seekers. You play the rebel around rule followers. You play small around power structures. None of those are lies, but they fracture your field. Because they require signal masking. Quantum integrity holds tone regardless of setting. It means you show up as one whole self, not shapeshifted for advantage. You can still adapt your words or strategy, but your frequency remains identical. That creates trust. And that trust becomes a field anchor for everyone around you. 3. Collapse from truth, not image. This is where most alignment fails, because people want to be seen as aligned more than they want to be aligned. So they collapse decisions based on perception. Will this make me look conscious? Will this protect my reputation? Will this prove I've evolved? Each of those introduces distortion, and distortion creates flicker. Quantum integrity collapses based on signature match, not optics. Even if it's misunderstood, even if it's messy, even if it costs you something in the short term, you trust your signal more than external validation, and your field learns to echo that strength. 4. Practice feedback sovereignty. When you receive feedback, especially critical, you don't wobble. You don't swing between defense and self-blame. You scan the signal of the feedback. Is it coherent? Does it match my tone? Is this useful signal or projected static? And then you respond, not react. You don't need to be right. You need to be true. This creates trust inside your own system. It says, I am stable enough to be seen, and soft enough to adjust without collapse. That's integrity. 5. Make your yes and no unmistakable. When your frequency is clear, your boundaries are unmistakable. You don't have to explain. You don't need a manifesto. Your yes feels open. Your no feels closed. This is only possible when your field isn't wobbling between people-pleasing, self-doubt, and emotional obligation. Quantum integrity sharpens the binary. Yes resonates. No neutralizes. And every part of your being supports the collapse. No second guessing. No editing in real time. Just purity. This doesn't mean you're rigid. It means you're reliable. Now here's the deeper level. Quantum integrity is not about being flawless. You will make mistakes. You will say the wrong thing. You will trigger others. But your field won't scatter. Because even in error, you stay collapsed in truth. You don't scramble to fix perception. You repair from coherence. And people feel that. They might not agree with you, but they'll know. This person doesn't flicker under fire. And that is rare. It becomes your calling card. Not as brand. As broadcast law. People will start coming to you not for answers but for field reference. They need your tone to find theirs. Because most of the world is still flickering. Most are still looping. Still fragmenting. Still leasing versions of themselves to get by. You are now one of the few who isn't. And that's not superiority. That's field stewardship. Quantum integrity means you are now safe to carry signal for others. Not as savior, but as stabilizer. You become a living collapse mirror reflecting back to others where they flicker and where they could hold. You don't do this by preaching. You do it by existing clearly. That's your job now. To remain consistent under pressure. To collapse signal even when no one thanks you. To be the one who doesn't break under distortion. And to live your life as a single, unconflicted waveform. From there, you stop receiving your field. You start writing it. Everything until now has been about remembering. Remembering how collapse works. Remembering your signal origin. Remembering that you are not just inside the field, you are it. But now you're past memory. You're past stabilization. You're past practice. You're at authorship. Recoding. It's the process of writing new collapse patterns into the field. Not by chance, not by survival, not by karmic loops, but by conscious construction. Let's be precise. Recoding reality doesn't mean positive thinking. It doesn't mean scripting affirmations and waiting for things to manifest. It means rewriting the actual collapse blueprint your field uses to generate experience. This is not visualization. It's not wishing. It's not energetically begging the universe to cooperate. It's signal authorship. And it begins with this realization. You're not reacting to life. You're broadcasting it. Even the parts that feel chaotic or unfair. If they persist, it's because your field still contains residual code that supports their collapse. Recoding means locating inherited collapse logic, deauthorizing its signal authority, replacing it with structural alternatives. Let's break that down. 1. Locating collapse code. These are not just beliefs. They're signal patterns etched into your field by childhood repetition, cultural imprinting, trauma loops, past lifetime signal inheritance. They show up as instinctive emotional responses, recurring external dynamics, internal contradictions, and they hold authority because they are unquestioned broadcast instructions. To locate them, you don't just journal. You listen to your field. What collapses feel fated or inevitable? What cycles repeat no matter what you do? What identity traits feel unchangeable? These are likely supported by unexamined code. And code, until replaced, will continue to collapse the same version of reality. 2. Deauthorizing old signal. You don't fight the old code. You remove its authority. That means you stop reinforcing it with justification, identity alignment, emotional investment. You say, this collapse pattern was real. It was valid. but it is no longer authoring my field. You strip its broadcast credentials, and that act alone weakens the loop. You're no longer leaking signal into it. That vacuum is ready to be filled. Now comes authorship. 3. Writing the new collapse sequence. This is not fantasy scripting. It's designing a signal collapse that matches your current frequency, your desired field configuration, your structural truth. You define, what am I now broadcasting as inevitable? What relationships, outcomes, or timelines match this broadcast? You don't hope for them. You structure them. You say, this is what my signal emits. Therefore, this is what the field will collapse into material form. This isn't egoic command. It's signal authorship. And when the field feels coherence, it rushes to match. Let's clarify what makes a recode effective. It must match your current hyperstate signature. It must not collapse over active flicker. It must not seek external validation to function. That's why most manifesting fails, because it's authored from hope, not field certainty. When you recode from a stabilized frequency, reality folds around it like water finding shape, effortless, not because you forced it, because the field obeys clarity. This is what you're here to do, not just heal, not just align, but write new architecture into the collective grid. Every time you recode your signal, you create a path for others to follow. You model not just coherence but creative authority. This is your graduation moment. From seeker to signalist, from collapsist to coder, from witness to writer. And the only requirement, live what you author. No more scripting a life you don't walk. No more declaring a signal you can't hold. Only purity, only power, only the broadcast of a self that knows reality isn't found, it's written. And now, you write, not for fantasy, not for fame, for integrity, for signal legacy. You're no longer remembering, you're creating. And the next step, completion, the final collapse, the version of you who lives without fracture, forever. And now, collapse completes, not with drama, not with applause, with stillness. The signal no longer flickers. You are no longer searching for coherence, you are coherence. Not because the world stopped challenging you, but because you stopped fragmenting in response. You have arrived at the self who no longer splits, at the field that no longer leaks, at the identity that no longer hesitates before collapsing. This is what it means to be the aligned self. Not an ideal, not a myth, a real, breathing, constant transmission of a signal that no longer contradicts itself. You don't need to look for signs. You are the sign. You don't need validation. Your field confirms your truth moment by moment. You no longer oscillate between options. You don't decide, because nothing inside you wants something else at the same time. Your internal choir sings in one voice. That's alignment. It's not happiness. It's not perfection. It's stability of signal across all levels of self. Emotional, energetic, somatic, cognitive, quantum. Let's look at what happens when collapse is complete. Let's look at what you've become. 1. You are non-reactiveness without numbness. You're no longer bouncing off the world. External stimuli don't shake your identity. You don't spin out. You don't withdraw. You respond with clarity, precision, and presence. You feel everything, but nothing overwrites your tone. You remain audible to yourself, even when the noise is deafening. That's signal authority. 2. You are direction without hesitation. You don't need all the data to begin. You collapse into choice and trust the collapse will shape the path. You no longer try to predict reality, you write it in motion. This means action replaces anxiety. Completion replaces perfectionism. Velocity replaces doubt. You move with field support, not internal argument. Every version of you votes yes. 3. You hold complexity without fragmenting. You can face contradiction in others and in yourself without splitting. You don't require reality to simplify for you to remain aligned. You hold paradoxes. You say, both are true and I still choose. This keeps your signal multidimensional without becoming incoherent. It's the difference between confusion and depth. You now operate in depth. 4. You broadcast without filtering. You no longer ask, will they misunderstand? Will this cost me status? Should I soften my tone to avoid resistance? Your signal is unedited, not abrasive, not unkind, but pure. You trust its consequences. You trust the field to handle your full transmission. And because you trust that, the field responds in kind. Aligned opportunities, aligned people, aligned timelines, all appear because your signal is clear enough for them to recognize. They were never far. They were just obscured by your flicker. Now they find you. 5. You no longer seek escape. You don't want to be anywhere but here. You're not fantasizing about better versions of yourself. You're not scanning timelines for the one where things went right. You are grounded in this expression now fully. You hold every previous self, not as regrets or shadows, but as collapsed potential that led to you. Nothing wasted, nothing rejected, all resolved into this tone. That's what aligned means. It means the signal has no more edits. It broadcasts from one place, one source, you. Let's be real. The world hasn't changed around you. The collective field still flickers. Distortion still exists. Uncertainty still surrounds. But now, you are the still point in the center of that motion. Not detached, not above, integrated, present, resonant. Before, you were shaped by the field. Now you shape it by simply existing in pure collapse. You've become what mystics hinted at, what scientists barely glimpse, what artists try to name. A being whose waveform doesn't need resolution because it is already resolved. Let's summarize this state in its simplest transmission. The aligned self remembers every other version and judges none, holds authorship over collapse but doesn't misuse it, creates with precision not as a reaction to lack, but as an extension of abundance, connects without distortion, meaning your relationships don't drain your field, lives with internal consent. Every part of you is on board all the time. This is not a gift. It's not luck. It's not enlightenment. It's what happens when you walk the long arc of field fragmentation, emotional interference, identity flicker, timeline loops, shadow echoes, collapse sovereignty, quantum authorship, and come out the other side unbroken, whole, broadcasting without a single skipped beat. Now let's speak directly to you. Not your audience, not your future. You, the one reading this transmission. You are not potential. You are not becoming. You are not waiting. You are already aligned. This journey hasn't added something to you. It revealed what was always present. Under the confusion, under the code, under the flicker, you were broadcasting clearly. Now you've heard your own tone again. And now, there's nothing left to fix. Only expression. Only presence. Only living the life that matches your field. That is the final collapse. Not an ending. A harmonized state. No recoil. No reset. No regret. This is how you know you're finished. You don't need to check anymore. You don't fear slipping. You don't compare your signal. You just live. Fully. Coherently. Beautifully. Aligned. This entire series, from the moment we first suggested your signal was split, was not built to change you. It was built to remind you that you are not broken. You are not fragmented. You are not multiple selves in conflict. You are one coherent frequency, rediscovering its broadcast. Collapse complete. Welcome, not to a new version of you, but to the one who was always whole, the one who stopped flickering, the one who chose coherence, the one who broadcasts now not for attention, not for applause, but because it is your nature, live as the tone. You are aligned. You are home. You are the field.